Hey there, everyone. Adam going live with Brennan, Teresa, Patricia, Lindsay, many of our team members, Dominic as well, too, out east. We've got lots to look at. We've got lots to watch. There are storms right now northwest of Kitchener, storms going through Ottawa, and mainly severe risk is damaging wind gusts. There's a hail risk as well, too. Actually, a pretty substantial hail risk. That's why we went strong on the forecast map. And there is a non-zero. We cannot rule out an isolated tornado. It's not as much as the main risk today, but it cannot be ruled out. So, yeah, so we're watching these storms as closely as we possibly can. Let's jump over to Brennan's forecast map here as well. As you can see, kind of a strong risk all the way from Bruce Peninsula into eastern Ontario. I was just looking at the most recent model data, and it looks like probably eastern Ontario is the main focus today. It kind of always was. We just saw some really strong model data last night that said those big strong storms that were going to roll through Barrie and stuff, although they came earlier than expected. And because of that, I don't think they were as strong as they should have been in theory. But anyways, that's a good thing. But yeah, we're seeing some strong storms down by the Kitchener area and just north of Kitchener right now. And it looks like some pretty strong storms going through Ottawa at the moment. So we'll have to see how this does develop. But anyways, let me just jump into the comments here and say hi to everybody. Hello, hello, hello. Heather says still haven't cleaned up from last week. Yeah, last week was interesting. There was I believe was it 2 EF0 downbursts and an EF0 tornado confirmed. Brendan, is that correct?
Yeah,
If you know
that's
off the top of your head.
correct. Yeah, there was
Yeah.
one EF0 tornado confirmed in the Ottawa region, and then the
Mhm.
two downburst EF0s were in Lindsay and then near Hanover, Mount
Okay,
Forest
cool.
area.
Does everyone let us know if me and Brennan's voices are balanced? We want to make sure that they're pretty good today. I've got mine pretty jacked, so hopefully I'm loud enough to battle with Brennan's volume, but we'll see how that goes. Oh, interesting. Let's see here. We've seen some reports of some rotation. There was rotation just reported now out of Orleans as well too. So things are spinning a bit, but it's Amanda says the volume is great. Everybody's Tara says it's fine. Good, awesome, cool. So and Alani's here as well too. So that's great. Yeah, you can see that rotation right there. So you can see that kind of eddy where it's like you see it spinning like within the cloud itself. And that is something to watch for sure. So that was 3 minutes ago in Orleans, or at least reported 3 minutes ago. May have been a little bit earlier than that. Let's go take a look at radar. Jump over to Instant Weather Pro and see what's happening here. We did see a little bit of a signature of rotation in Ottawa for a second, and then it went away in the next frame. So I'll show you a peek at that. I was about to do minor rotation on this little eddy right here. And this is probably where that rotation was reported. So but that actually was probably because this line merged. So you can see over here, there's a storm in Gatineau, and then there's this kind of storm down here, and they actually merged. So when they merge, sometimes you get these, what I like to refer as merging mesos. So it seems like, oh wow, there's strong rotation there, but it might actually be just because the two storms are actually kind of coming together. And in those cases, in rare cases, you can get a brief tornado, but it looks like this maybe started some rotation, and then on the next frame, it just kind of fizzled away to Zippo. So that is good news. I was a little bit concerned with what's happening here, but there's just not really any velocity to support it. So so far, basically severe storms, damaging wind risk, large hail, and Michaela says, will Prescott and Russell get anything? I would think so. As these storms are kind of tracking your way, although they're trying to track to the northeast, but they're growing to the south. So I would think that Russell should see a storm at some point in time with this big line that's going through eastern Ontario. But yeah, so the east is kind of our main focus. I do want to go and take a peek at what's happening over by Kitchener as well too, because that storm's kind of sitting around on its own, which is usually when they're isolated, there's a little bit more of a tornado risk than if they're in a line. Although with our area, you know, there's been so many QLCS tornadoes that happened that were embedded in a giant line of storms. So it kind of doesn't apply for an area like ours where we're completely surrounded by lakes, because you get all these lake breezes that like to, you know, change the situation often. So, but yeah, this storm is just north of Waterloo right now, just north of Kitchener. And as I back up here, you can see it's tracking to the southeast. It just went through St. Jacobs. Likely some hail in the St. Jacobs area. You can see here in pink. and it's tracking to the southeast. So it may miss Kitchener proper, maybe just clip it the northeast side as it's heading down towards Cambridge and eventually towards Hamilton area. So yeah, so we're gonna keep an eye on that one. Let's just see what it looks like from the King radar. See, this is a lot of noise, by the way. If you are using Instant Weather Pro, which many of you are, and a huge thank you to those who have subscribed. If you're looking at the velocity here, this is a lot of interference, a lot of noise. So this may look daunting, like, oh, we see green versus red. It must be strong rotation. But when you see it all scattered like this, where it's just a big mess, typically it's just noise. So I wouldn't be too concerned with what you see here, although there could be some minor rotation in there, but nothing looks too crazy at the moment. But that storm is about to, the north side of that storm is about to hit Guelph, but it should mainly just be rain, maybe a little bit of hail in there as well. There are storms moving through parts of the GTA as well. Some strong gusty winds, but nothing too significant at the moment from what I can tell. There is a severe thunderstorm warning there. There is a flooding risk today as well, for sure. A lot of the time, these severe thunderstorm warnings, if you read the details, a lot of the time they are regarding a flooding risk as well, too, because we don't have a flash flood warning in Canada. We do have a rainfall warning, which is sometimes used for those situations, but a lot of the time it ends up being a severe thunderstorm warning with a mention of a flooding risk. I think it would be really great if Canada was able to add a flash flood warning so we can keep those separate from the severe thunderstorm warnings. Because when we think severe thunderstorm warning, we think like damaging winds, large hail, that type of thing. So that's an interesting report that just showed up beside me here. Pigeon Lake Omimi at 12:13, which is about 2 minutes ago. That's some pretty low hanging clouds there. I mean, it might be scud, but it kind of starting to look like a little low hanging wall cloud, maybe almost even a funnel. Hard to say. It kind of looks a bit scuddy over there in Omimi. But it's certainly interesting, so we should probably take a look at that. Give me 1 second here. Let me just Google Omimi so I remember exactly where it is. Omimi, Ontario. Everybody in Omimi is laughing at me.
Between Lindsay and Peterborough. That's my area.
Oh, it's your area, so you would know for sure. Okay, cool. I see where it is. Okay, Peterborough and Lindsay. Okay, perfect. So yeah, it kind of, hopefully that's scud, but let's see. So it's probably in here. It's probably this storm right here. So there's Peterborough, and there's Omimi. Interesting. There's an interesting signature down here. This is most likely noise because it's got 152 kilometers an hour. You can see it above here. 144, 145. That's probably noise, especially considering the reflectivity is like very, very soft. But
No, they were saying Pigeon Lake, so that's north of Omimi.
oh, okay. All right. Let's see here.
Yeah, so it's gonna be in that area.
That
yeah.
Up in here?
Yeah, that's Pigeon
River?
Lake and it goes up.
Oh, so maybe they're actually looking at that storm. Oh, okay. Well, that kind of makes more sense. Yeah, that storm actually looks a little bit more interesting. There's a little bit of a signature here of what could be rotation, but it does kind of look noisy. Let's go a little bit higher. Whenever I see something I think it's noise, I go to the next tilt. Ooh, the next tilt is actually quite strong. 93, 89. That is quite strong. Let's go to tilt 3. And yeah, really strong winds aloft. Okay, well, that's something more interesting then. Yeah, definitely strong winds aloft. Not strong rotation aloft, but strong winds aloft. So there might be maybe a little bit of a downburst risk with this, possibly a little bit of a tornado risk. Let me just check some data in the background here and see. Yeah, it's probably more of a downburst risk, but could be interesting. Let's take a look at it from Buffalo and see if we can get a different perspective on it here. And maybe check it out from Franktown as well, too. We are doing some improvements on US animation loading as well, so that will be helpful. Right now, it hasn't been updated yet, but it will be for those, again, using Instant Weather Pro. Where did I go here? Okay, Peterborough, and it would be, was it this cell? Yeah, it's not really showing up too much. Oh, okay, it is this cell right here. Oh, okay, yeah, there is a little bit of rotation aloft from the Buffalo radar. Let's see here. All right, so, and I think that was actually just a radar update right then. Let's see here. Where did Omimi go? There you are. Okay, so that was a storm there. It's starting to get an interesting kind of tail to it, although what looked like a rotation signature kind of vanished on the last frame. But it is stretching. There's a bit of stretching action going on with that storm right near Downeyville, Fox's Corner area. So that is one worth watching. So hopefully it doesn't end up producing. But yeah, but that is one to watch. I would normally have gone maybe minor rotation on that one, but it just weakened on the last frame. And again, today we're not super duper expecting a lot of tornado activity. Probably, if there's any tornado activity, it's probably more Eastern Ontario. I know Ottawa doesn't want to hear that, but whoa, what's this crazy signature? Near, obviously, Fico again. It looks like a lot of noise, but then kind of coming together, and it's doing this weird, like, distant from the reflectivity again. This is a weird disconnect. What we like to do in this case is switch over to not single mode, but split mode in Instant Weather Pro, and then do the swipe over, because you can see the distance. Like, if you look at Fico right now, there's literally nothing there, and you swipe over and you're like, wow, there's a strong rotation signature, but reflectivity is showing basically nothing. I'm going to turn off noise canceling. Maybe that'll give us a different perspective on it. And I'm going to turn off lightning data so we can get a little bit more city names here. Let me just hit F5 to refresh. There we go. So, I mean, there's a little bit of precipitation attached to that, just barely. It might be some really strong inflow winds into that storm. That's worth watching. But right now, not a significant risk, but a really interesting signature here that we're not expecting all that random noise to be generating. But it looks like it's intensifying to some extent. And if I go to tilt 2, a little bit higher up in the storm, ooh, it's there. Tilt 3, it's there. So, yeah, I want to keep an eye on that. All right, I got another radar keeping an eye on areas northeast of Kitchener. I've got this area tracking storms that are in the Ottawa region. Again, if we think we're going to see any spin-ups today, it's probably going to be over here. But overall, the risk is on the low end as far as tornadoes are concerned. But downbursts are possible, of course, so we'll see. Let's see here. Dave says, grape to golf ball size hail just rolled through Barrhaven and Nepean? Is it Nepean?
Nepean, yeah.
Nepean. That's not great. Ooh, what's that report from? Where did it go? Come back, report. Where'd it go? Brennan, did you click on something else? And that's why the report went away? I'm assuming
No.
this case.
What are you looking for?
The Ontario Storm Report beside me just went gray. So I just assumed
Oh.
you clicked the...
It does that.
Oh, okay, and that's a video.
That's
Where's that from?
Barrhaven.
Is that Barrhaven? There's
Mhm.
a little bit of hanging down there. It looks like scud. It's just slowly floating. Not seeing anything too crazy there. But yeah, there is some dangly bits hanging from the clouds there. Maybe that was part of the video that just went gray. All right, so that is interesting. Oh, what's this? Where's that from, Brennan? Do you want to? Can you scroll down to see? Stittsville. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, I really want to keep an eye on that because that signature is strong, and if that decides to connect to reflectivity, then that's a bit of a problem. Right near kind of the Fico area, which again, they're not strangers to this kind of weather lately. What did Dominic say? There was how many tornadoes in the Ottawa region this year? Or no, he showed a map all the way back from the EF3 that went through in 2018, I think. He showed a map of all the different tracks. It's been a very, very busy period for the Ottawa region.
I believe
Especially
it's up to 2 or 3 this year. I'm pretty sure because there was the one that was just confirmed, and then there was that one.
Yeah, and there was
that
the
went
2,
through
the Barrhaven kind of time. Yeah. Yeah, I think probably 3 tornadoes in Ottawa proper this year. You don't see that every day. Our thoughts are with all those affected too, because I know there's a lot of homes damaged. So definitely our thoughts are with those who are impacted by these storms. And I'm sure they're watching closely today on our live stream. Let us know if you are in the Ottawa region. If you're watching on the live stream, please. Jeff says 2 in Barrhaven and 1 last week further up. I see. Kaylee says, never good to hear. Where is that? Interesting about Stittsville when you live in Stittsville. Yeah, it looked interesting, but it wasn't too crazy. It was just a low-hanging possible wall. Lisa says 3 in Ottawa this year. Yeah. Yep. McKenna says like 4 in Ottawa. I think maybe one was a downburst. 1 or 2 were downbursts. Jay says, although having live coverage is amazing, and thank you and the team, it helps keep anxiety lower longer in Rockland, so it always gets bad here this year. But it also causes a weird anxiety because the anticipation builds. It's funny, he says insta weather. A lot of people call us insta weather, and I have to correct them and say, no, it's instant. There actually is an app called Insta Weather, and they charge, it's like $4 on the App Store. I'm sure they've had a lot of app sales since we started up, but nevertheless, that's not us. We are instant weather. But anyways, Insta Weather, and I have a love-hate relationship with Jay. Thanks, Jay. Appreciate it. Sarah says, in Ottawa. Watching for Barhaven, says someone. Hey, Ottawa, folks. Samantha says, can we check Arden east of Caladar? Yeah, 1 second here. Let me just check it out. Just want to make sure exactly where it is. Okay, you're just northeast of Tweed. Let's see here. Where are you here? Northeast of Tweed. Where did Tweed go? Come back, Tweed.
Bottom left-hand corner of your screen.
Ah.
And there's Arden at the top.
Look. And Arden's at the top. Perfect. I need to look more to the left. Thank you, Lana. Yeah, I mean, it looks like there's strong winds. There's nothing really standing out. Shockingly strong. This is starting to build some strength here, though, which is north of Hood. If you live here in the Hood. East of Poland. South of Bullock. So starting to build strength. It's only
I just wanted to bring up this comment from Julia. How do we send pics? So you can send them to Ontario Storm Reports. We have them on the screen. So just go to Facebook, type in Ontario Storm Reports, and look for the group. You can send your pics there, and they'll show up on the stream.
Perfect. Thank you, Brian. You want to throw that link up on the screen just for a sec, just so people can see?
Yeah.
It's facebook.com/groups/Ontario Storm Reports. /groups/Ontario Storm Watch will also work, because that's actually what we named the group in the first place. We named it Ontario Storm Watch, and then we're like, this is going to be confusing because we have an Ontario Storm Watch page. So we decided to swap the name to Ontario Storm Reports, which made it a little more easier.
I think if you also just Google Ontario Storm Reports, it should show up.
It's probably like the first link or something. So. Yeah, exactly. This is weird seeing our stream on the stream in a little box. All right, let's check out Kitchener again. In the Guelph area. Pardon me if I sound a little tired. I may have taken a nap. And then got a message from Brennan saying, are you going to stream today? And I was like, oh, yeah, I got to wake up quick. But I had the whole live stream prepared. I had it all ready to go. So all I had to do was come down here and click a few things, and it was ready to go. So I had a feeling this was going to happen. So, yeah, because I was watching the storms at 7 in the morning, I think. And I was also watching the storms last night. There was rotation over Georgian Bay last night at like midnight or 1 a.m. So, yeah, it's been a patchy night of sleep. But I'm glad I got that little...
I'm used to getting like 5 hours of sleep.
That's rough. I can't do it.
I'll catch up on it on the weekend.
I think I'm at 5 now, but I'm sure I'll catch up on it. Actually, there is no way to catch up on it. Susie Smith says, what is Lindsay in for today? Last week was terrifying. Yeah, last week was an EF0 downburst, confirmed. What's Lindsay going to see? Yeah, you might see some storms. Hopefully they're not going to be too strong.
Well, Lindsay's on the stream right now with the storm reports.
Oh, there's Lindsay right there. You're going to get that. This is what you're going to get right here. This is what's currently happening in the Lindsay area. Let's see here. I have to look for Kawartha Lake. So there's that storm right there, which is interesting. And there was that, not the bad interesting. I have to realize when I say interesting, people always take it in a bad way now. So It's like kind of the interesting, not like the ooh, that's interesting. Yeah. Karen says you can also go on the instant weather app and report. That works too, for sure. But if you're going to report photos and stuff, it's really good to send them to, if you are on Facebook. I know not everybody's on Facebook. We got Twitch people, we got TikTok people, we've got the Twitter people or X or whatever. And YouTube people as well. So I know not everybody's on the Book of Faces, but if you are, we like have 200,000 community members on there. There's some people that I'm sure are just on Facebook to be on that group or on our pages to some extent. We've heard those messages before where people say, I literally just go on Facebook to check out your reports, kind of thing. So it might be worth your time just to go on there just for that group, because it's such a wonderful, huge community. And we have Patricia and Lindsay and many of our team members like Alana and Brennan and myself and Liam trying to filter the garbage out of that group. Then there's a lot, from the crazy porn to like all this crazy stuff. Anyways, long story short, we filter it really, really well. So it's one of the rare groups on Facebook that is actually filtered incredibly well. So let's see here. Oh, Jay says, I knew there was going to be a live stream because I check the forecast every night. Yeah, if you just go to instantweather.com/Ontario/forecast. Brendan's always updating that forecast. So
you don't even need to
that's a
do the
great place to check.
/forecast. If you just do instantweatherinc.com/Ontario, it'll show.
Oh, okay.
There's a link right
That
there.
works. Perfect.
And it'll
Awesome.
also show, like, sometimes I do like special forecasts. Like, for example, we did the rainfall forecast earlier this week. That would show up at the top of that page.
Okay. Let's see here. Just going through the comments. Amanda says, Liz, he does the same with Belleville almost every stream. Hope he circles back to Guelph soon. I'll go take a look at Guelph. It's all good. I am watching Guelph, which I've mentioned several times. We're watching the storm that is northeast of Waterloo. And yeah, so Guelph might see some small hail, but the winds don't look crazy. I mean, the winds are only at the 30 kilometer an hour. They're not too strong at all. I mean, it's going to seem strong because of the precipitation, but overall the winds are not too crazy here. Let me just see. Yeah, nothing too crazy for Guelph. It's going to be a loud storm. That's about it, from what we can tell. Robin on TikTok says, wild clouds going by Carlton Place now. Thank you for the report. Appreciate it. Thank you to all those on TikTok who are sending in gifts. Thank you to those who are sending in stars on Facebook and those who are sending in super chats on YouTube. Sincerely appreciate it. Thank you, Kylie. I just noticed this, which we may have missed earlier, but another squid said, welcome to the Thursday Thunderstorm Theater, starring August in Ottawa with a cameo by the crowd favorite, Climate Change. All right. That's quite the quote. Thank you for the super chat, though. I sincerely appreciate it. Let's see here. Got to keep an eye on the east. Really strong winds now showing up right near the radar, right near Franktown. I mean, it's hard to get a really good read on them because they're so close to the radar. I'm still not liking that signature over here near Twin Elm, Barhaven. Yeah, of course. I know this is noisy, but there's something about it that's been hanging out for a few frames here. I don't like it. Oh, it was kind of up there, and now it's being replaced by this. But it's still, this is why the swiping tool is so useful in Instant Weather Pro. It's still so far from the precipitation. Like, if this signature was located right here, then I'd be very concerned. But it's located right here. It's outside of the precipitation. Somewhat disconnected. I don't know if they're being undercut. Something's going on here. It's interesting. Ingrid says, Franktown isn't that far from here. Just heard thunder in Kemptville. There's quite a lot of fog this morning as well, too. A lot of fog reports that came in. It's interesting. Gonna get into the fog season eventually. There's a few months there where it's just like endless fog reports every morning. And what is this? See, I'm hoping this is noise. which it probably is, but there could be some really strong winds here. 153 kilometers an hour, but it's associated. I mean, it's still in the precipitation, but it's very distant from it. This is in southeastern Ottawa. I don't think the winds are going to be that strong at the surface, but there's a lot of noisy, slightly concerning garbage here. Hopefully it's just noise, but there's a lot of weird, strong inflow signatures, I think. I don't think there's this much noise going on. Strange. Lots of hail in Ottawa. Thank you very much. Thank you kindly. Let's see here. Oh dear. Julie says, was hoping Adam was going to try to pronounce that place again. Nope. Not till you get something interesting, then I'll try.
Isn't it South Gloucester?
No, you already ruined it, Brennan. It's not. It's like Gloucester or something.
Gloucester.
Gloucester. It's the gloss. I gotta think about like glossy things. Gloucester. Ugh, I know. It has a
At
Chester
least we
look
have
to it.
Atlanta here.
I know. If it wasn't for Atlanta, we wouldn't pronounce the darn thing right.
I
Probably
think you
pronounce
should
her
just
name
say,
wrong.
like, Atlanta, say that name whenever
Yeah.
it comes up on
Atlanta?
the screen.
We should actually just have her like say everything into like some AI bot, and then we can just like touch on a name, and it'll just have Atlanta's voice, and it'll say it properly.
In
Gloucester.
the transition period
Chauncey's-
between summer and winter, I want to sit down with you both and go through every town in Ontario.
Yeah, can you do every town in Canada? That would be better because we destroy
That won't
streams
help.
in
I
Manitoba,
have short-term memory
Saskatchewan.
loss. That isn't.
Yeah,
I'm not going to remember
Yeah.
all that.
I think Brendan and I both experienced that. There's an interesting little signature here near Guelph, but it's basically nothing so far. It's just some winds. I mean, it's very extremely weak rotation. If this was green, that would be more interesting, but it's not. So yeah, this is one of those streams where we're going to walk around and be like, is that rotation? No, it's just noise. Is that rotation? No, it's just noise. It's going to be not as probably compelling as some other live streams, but there is some strong, there's an interesting strong signature right here with some hail and probably some big hail actually. So this is an interesting storm, and the interesting that people don't like going northeast into up towards the Carleton Place areas, Black's Corners, Ashton area. So this is kind of moving its way towards Ottawa. It's trying to head towards this big cluster of storms, and it's a fairly strong signature with some big time hail probably. I mean, this is this close to the radar. Like, look how close this is. When you get down in the radar, it gets kind of trippy here. Let's go straight into the, let's go right into the void. It starts to shake like weird explosion. It can't handle all these polygons at the same spot. It's very trippy. But anyway, so if we zoom it out here, it gets a little better. That's nicer. That's much better. Okay. But you can see how close this is to the radar. Extremely close. 70 dBz. This is likely big time hail near Coleman Shore. Heading up towards, let's see if there's any small locations here. 9th line Beckwith. Whatever this airport is. Carleton Place Airport. Black's Corners. Probably going to get some big time hail there. Ludicrous speed, says Lunar. Yeah, exactly. McQuack says, what did I just come back to? Are we warping? Yeah, we were just I know, it looks crazy. Actually, if I tilt the screen, it looks even worse. Hold on, let's try it again. That's right. This is one of these streams. Now, why is the center of radar point slightly different from the location here? Oh, I know it. We have to shift them. These are actually the perfect proper locations, but the data says the location is over here. But if you actually look at this Canadian Weather Radar Network, the location is actually properly right here. So clearly the location coming straight out of the data is wrong. Now, if I tilt the screen, things are going to get crazy here. So hold on. Oh, man. Okay, this is probably... Uh-oh.
Seizure
it's going
warning.
bad. It's going bad. Seizure warning. Yeah, my apologies. Whoa. Why is it on a weird angle there? That's freaky. Oh, there we go. Okay. Yeah, so my apologies if that caused anybody problems. I didn't think it was going to be that bad. Things got bad. So don't zoom into street level in the center of a radar unless you want a disco show, is the moral of the story. Yeah, that got bad. Let's see here. Look at B says, I don't think that's what a radar is supposed to look like. Yeah, the flashing probably not, but the center of the radar, that's actually literally what it looks like. That's how it scans. Okay, so let's see if we can get another radar update here. Oh, that did update. Okay, so the strong stuff is heading towards Carlton Place. Doesn't look as strong as it's getting away from the radar station, but still some pretty big hail possible through Black's Corners and heading up to the northeast. It's kind of merging with this whole line of storms. Go take a look at Guelph in just 1 second here. I want to see. So it's interesting when we're live streaming. If we're paying attention to one particular area, we always have people asking us, can you take a look at that other area, please? And then when we live stream in multiple provinces at the same time, that's when it becomes extremely difficult. So it's not like someone saying, hey, can you check Guelph while we're checking Ottawa? It's, hey, can you check Lloydminster while we're checking Downey's over here? So, yeah, that becomes difficult. Speaking of which, there actually is a severe risk in Saskatchewan today. So I left a few slots open. I did not go live on Ontario Storm Reports. All I did was share the link there. And I didn't go live on Instant Weather Canada. Mike comes in and says, important, is Squirrel Depot going to be okay? LOL. I think Squirrel Depot is okay right now. Bianca says it's coming down super hard in Barrhaven at the moment. Julia is asking about Barrhaven as well, too. Yeah, nothing's standing out to me over there. Nothing's like crazy strong. You're saying it's getting hit hard. Yes, but nothing's standing out as far as like strong rotation or wind signatures, but I can go take a look at it again. A little bit of scud. You can see that scud right here, actually, in that photo on the right. You see that kind of like dangly stuff below the storm, but see how it's very scattered and soft, and it's basically what's this amazing camera pan? Looks like it's from a very tall building in Toronto. But yeah, so what a great view of downtown that is. But you can see.
I can confirm. I'm looking out my window, and there's a lot of scud right now.
Oh, there's a lot of scud. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you can kind of see the scud because it's like dangly and scattered and soft and kind of just floating there. But I'll go take a look at. Michaela says, "Is the show over in Barrie?" Well, we had a decent show earlier, but as you know,
I
but
did want to
probably
mention that I'm looking at mesoscale analysis, and there's actually some environment building over Lake Huron right now.
over Lake Huron. Really? Let me go take a peek at that in the
Mhm.
background. Okay, I can see that. Yeah, the supercells building. Are we gonna get any storms off this? Oh yeah, there was some model saying storms kind of like Grand Bend area, right, or kind of down that way
Yeah,
later on.
and since these
I don't.
storms came earlier, the environment might have more time to build.
Yeah, to like recoup. It's possible. Yeah, you know
Mhm.
what? Like the latest HER shows some storms down, kind of near the London area a little later. So there's that. So yeah, that might be interesting. Yeah, right now the main environment is over in Eastern Ontario, but yeah, it could be building for later. So good eye, Brennan. Let's see here. Let's go take a look for our friends in Southern Ottawa. Yeah, when I'm looking at the winds, that's why I swipe over and take a look at the wind gusts here. You know, nothing's really standing out. I mean, this is standing out, but it's probably just noise. Yeah, I think it's just noise. Nothing's really blowing my mind as far as rotation or anything like that. This is very, very soft. I'm sure it's torrential rain. Absolutely going to be torrential rain and some hail. And that's going to seem like it's super duper severe. But really, for me, severe is like trees are falling. That's severe. Like really heavy rain, other than flooding risk, doesn't seem that severe. But when trees are falling, that's not great. Oh, it looks like, speaking of out west, a severe thunderstorm watch. Teresa mentioned a severe thunderstorm watch has been issued for Brooks, Strathmore, Lethbridge areas, Medicine Hat, and it talks about conditions are favorable for the development of brief funnel clouds. So severe thunderstorm watch in Alberta. I'm pretty confident they're going to issue one in Saskatchewan as well, too. So we'll see. But right now, the action is out in Eastern Ontario. Some torrential rain, maybe some gusty winds. Nothing too wild from what we can see, but reports are coming in saying it's really coming down in the Barrhaven area. So April says, no more hail, please. My house was destroyed. Cars from last Thursday. Yeah, pretty sure. I could see that happening for sure. Yeah, 1 second here. Brennan, can you take over for just 1 sec? I got my lovely wife calling me. I'll be right back.
Yeah, for sure. Throw up radar here. Take a look at what these storms are doing. Yeah, just want to make sure I have my screen on. Storms going through the Kitchener, Guelph, Oakville area. They aren't under severe thunderstorm warning at the moment. There is a watch. We do have storms going through the Toronto, Oshawa area, and those are under severe thunderstorm warning. Mainly strong winds is the main risk with those. And we'll go out in eastern Ontario where, as Adam was saying, the main risk is at the moment. So we see strong storms through Ottawa, down in Carleton Place, Perth, just north of Tweed. We have severe thunderstorm warnings all over eastern Ontario. Definitely some hail risk too. Check comments. Jill says, can you check Cambridge, please? I'll check Cambridge. That's definitely the storms that are just here north. I'm going to animate it here just to see where these storms are tracking. Yeah, kind of to the southeast. You may see a bit of storms in like the next hour or so, but it may just miss you to the north. They're not severe thunderstorm warned at the moment. They basically look
Yeah, they don't look
sub-severe,
too
although
crazy.
you could see some small hail in there. And you're back. I'll
And I'm back. Abdul
put
says,
you
Adam,
back.
any hypothesis about why severe weather in Ontario loves Thursdays? It's just each season's kind of like that. You know, there's seasons in the past where I think it was 2014 after the like there was just so many tornadoes on Tuesday, so we started calling it Tornado Tuesdays. But this year is Tornado Thursday, so it all depends. Every year's different, and it's just circumstantial. They seem to be on a 1 week loop. Like the stronger systems just come every week. So it's just how it goes. It's just random. It's all random. Let's see here. That's a cool photo there from Peterborough. From anonymous participant sent in a report from Peterborough. A little bit of a low hanging, looks like the edge of a shelf there or something. Maybe a little bit of a wall cloud. Hard to tell. Let's go take a look at Peterborough. Where are you, Peterborough? Come back. Why is it not showing up? Okay, Kawartha Lakes. I'll look for Kawartha Lakes. There we go. Yeah, nothing's standing out as too crazy. The storm up by Lakefield there looks kind of interesting, but also not really. Lots of heavy torrential rain down in Toronto. We've heard reports of scud from Brennan, and that's about it.
Whoa, there's a
What,
really
what, what?
cool scud. I'm gonna get a picture of it.
Oh, you mean right? You're literally looking at it with your eyeballs. Okay, cool. Yeah, Brennan, can you post that to? We have a group called Ontario Storm Reports, and then it'll show up on the screen. Brennan could probably hear him, and he's laughing right now, but he's too focused on getting the photo. Seen some wild scud in Toronto, supposedly. All right, let's see what's happening in the Ottawa area. Yeah, those signatures we saw before are basically just noise. Nothing too strong coming out of them. Lots of noise. Maybe some strong winds here near Piperville that are feeding the storm. Carlsbad Springs area. Nothing too wild. Whoa, that's a photo from, is it Sarah? I want to say Sarah because it's got the extra R. That is a dark sky. I love how she said taken from passenger seat. That is good. Passenger seat photos are great. That is a dark sky. My goodness. That is dark. Yeah, Patricia, that's pretty wild. From York region. Pretty dark. Let's go take a look at the York area. Let's swipe over and see. Yeah, so he's basically taking a picture of this storm. looking towards Toronto, I believe. That's a pretty dark storm. Yeah, but I'm not seeing any rotation, which is good. That's usually why we go live, is to kind of track rotation. I mean, it's not out of the question that we'll see some today, and there is potentially going to be some stronger storms moving into areas just off of Lake Huron later on. So for those in the Southwest who seem like this is a boring day and this is not the live stream for you, this might just be the live stream for you. We'll see. There is actually some pop-up development happening kind of southwest of Windsor at the moment here. So I'm just loading up Detroit radar. There is a tiny pop-up storm just north of Amherstburg, but it's a whole lot of nothing at this point in time. But there are some pop-ups here, and it looks like the models are talking about these storms. Probably these are the ones right here, actually. These storms that are showing up west of Lake Huron. Yeah, these are probably the ones we're talking about that are going to eventually head towards Lake Huron. And Lake Huron area is actually building with the environment. So, So there's that. Yes. So, did I just see? Oh, Brennan just pulled the stuff off. It looks like I just saw someone share their live stream to Ontario Storm Reports, but it looks like their live stream is just basically a camera looking outside of their house, which is, I think that part's fine. The only reason we don't allow live streams is because people are like, we had some people trying to be like newscasters kind of thing. But if you're just gonna set up a camera that just like points outside so we can see the conditions, that's fine. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. And I love the fact that it's shared from their existing page, because we have it like turned off because we had some interesting stuff that we had to remove. So we ended up deciding to take off live streaming on Ontario Storm Reports. But for this idea, like, live stream it to your own Facebook page, then share the link. And then if it's going to get automatically declined for sure. Whoa, is that your photo there, Brennan? Hey, look at that. A guy named Brennan Perry has actually posted some Scud. Yeah, that's pretty interesting. Lots of Scud, false funnel clouds in downtown Toronto, looking over Lake Ontario. Cool, look at that. A photo and a video. Fancy.
I'm fancy.
And very fancy. Yeah, there's lots of dangly bits. So you look at my screen, Brennan, you're right about Huron. Here they come. They're already starting to move over. By the way, if you see this giant laser beam, if you do use Instant Weather Pro and you see this giant laser beam, click on the menu and go to Canadian Radar Noise Reduction and turn it to on. And then all you have to do is click on the radar icon again to turn it off, and click on it again to turn it on. And goodbye, laser beam. At least to some extent. The really, really long range stuff kind of hangs out still, so we might make some tweaks to that. But overall, it's a lot superior than it once was. So yeah, we're the only pro radar suite that has Canadian noise reduction at this point. And we hope everybody else will add it, but at this point in time, we're the only radar suite that has it. So get additional protection against phishing. Yeah, no thanks. My trick is just don't click any links on any emails. Even if you think, oh, I don't like this email, I'm going to click like unsubscribe. Now you're clicking a link. I just go to the thing and click block. Yeah. Hit the dots, hit block. That's the way to go. Don't click any links on any emails anymore. And then you'll have no issue with all of that garbage. Even if it looks like if it's like Facebook sends you something and says, oh, something was compromised, we want you to log in. Close that email. Go back to Facebook, log in there. Don't click the link from the email to go. I know it's easy, but it could also be bad. So just get a little bit of security tips here on the live stream, because I know a lot of folks struggle with that. Especially when I see them like randomly message me and they're like, hi. And I'm like, hi, I haven't talked to you in a while. And they're like, have you heard about this horrible scam? And I'm like, ugh, yeah, you've been hacked. So yeah, I often tell people that they've been hacked. The only communication I have so many friends on my Facebook account is, hi, you've been hacked. Reset your password, please. And they're like, oh, thanks. I'm like, until next time when your account gets compromised. Brennan, what's with this weird line above the screen here? Is this me? No, it's not me. It's
that's because I have the radar just behind me.
I see. There's like 2 pixels. Yeah, there's 2 pixels.
Yeah. I have my radar behind you, so when you step out,
you just flip back to yours.
There we go.
Yeah. Ah, that is nicer.
It's gone.
I can actually see it changing. You can see the pixels like moving from the compression, but I can't see any of the color, so it's fine. Leave it. That's good. This is a weird
I don't
picture
even
from
notice it because
Navon.
the live banner's above it.
Oh, okay. I've got a full screen right now. That's why. So Navon, there's a little bit of a what looks kind of like you think it might be a funnel, but it kind of looks like probably Scud. Stacy says Clarence Rockland is looking creepy. Rianne says my mom just got scammed $700 the other day by something similar. Yeah, just don't. And the worst thing is like, where someone's like, "Oh, can I send you money?" And then they go, or they send you. They're trying to buy something from you. Like I just sold something on Marketplace, and the worst is where they're like, "Oh, can I send you money?" And then they'll send you more money than the thing costs, and say, "Oh, can you send me back the difference?" And then you send back the difference, and then they cancel the original transfer, and then you just totally got scammed. So yeah, don't do that. That's bad. You know what I did with because I sold an old camera. You know what I did with the lady that I sold it to? I said, "Can you send me a video? Just do like a FaceTime video of yourself, just saying hi, it's me, the person who's in the profile, so I know you're not fake." And she did, and then I sent back a video and said, "Hi, I'm me, the person who's in the profile. I'm not fake." And then when we met, we knew that we were real people, so it was great. I think from now on, if I sell anything or buy anything off of Marketplace or Kijiji, I'm gonna make them do a video. Send me a video, like a 2-second video. I don't care what your hair looks like. Just send me a video that says, "Hi, I'm a real person." From now on,
Yeah,
that's
that's
my
a good
plan.
idea because there's been incidents in the past where people have gotten like killed by going to like
Oh yeah, there's
Kijiji.
been horrible things. I mean, someone can still send you a video and then horrible things like that happen. But I always go
Yeah,
I always go to like a Tim Hortons. I'm like, let's go to Tim Hortons. We sit inside the Tim Hortons. Go to like a
I
public
know a
area.
lot
That
of
is it.
cop shops. A lot of places will do that.
Oh,
I've heard
interesting.
people going to like the parking lot of like cop places, police
Going to
stations.
literally cop places. That's what you refer to them as. You mean police
My
stations?
brain is
Yes.
just police stations.
the the cop places.
My
Yeah,
brain is in
so
other
that's
places.
actually a pretty good idea too. Yeah, if you like sit in the
Hmm.
parking lot of a police station, it's not a bad idea. Or the Tim Hortons that's really close to a police station, maybe, or something like that. Like at least that you're really nearby. I don't know, but anyways, I like the Tim Horton idea.
Philip
But
says
yeah,
in
I mean,
Kilridge, the police department has a buy and sell section.
oh, okay, all right. There's something going on here near Dwyer Hill. Actually, really strong winds here, starting to increase here. 77 kilometers an hour. This is probably the strongest wind signature that we've seen for a while. This is east of Carlton Place. I wonder if that was that same storm from before that we were watching. Yeah, it is. So it's that stronger storm that went right through Franktown radar and is now moving to the northeast. And it's just starting to pick up some strength. And there's a little bit of a kind of a hook here, which is interesting. I see a little bit of a hook, but I'm not seeing any strong rotation. But I am seeing a pretty strong wind signature here, up to 72, 77 was the highest. Right here, 77 kilometers an hour. So if that continues to increase, that's going to be bringing some pretty strong winds here, and that just popped out of nowhere. I have a feeling the next update is going to be even stronger. I think it's polygon time. This is probably under severe thunderstorm warning. Yeah, of course it is. But I'm still going to do a polygon here. A lot of folks saying it's a great idea for the video. Yvonne says, how is this page funded? By the community for the last decade. The community has supported us by subscribing to our very, very first app was called Tornado GPS. Many bought that. And then we had to sunset that app. What we did is we gave everybody a credit for the amount of that towards our text message alerts. And then so many have subscribed to our text message alerts for many years. And then we took the revenue from that and built our free app. And many have subscribed to remove ads and extend the feature radar in our app. And then we took the revenue from that and we built Instant Weather Pro. And therefore, we just probably take the revenue from that and build the next thing. So we continue to reinvest everything back into building this up better and better and better and better. So let's see here. So basically, how are we funded? The community. So our wonderful community members have funded us entirely. We still own 100% of Instant Weather. Yeah, we still own the entire company. And it's been our wonderful community members. And therefore, we only answer to our community members, which is great. We don't answer to some board of directors, who say, hey, you're talking too much about random garbage on your live stream. Be more serious and blah, 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 blah. So I'd rather not have to answer to anybody but our wonderful community members. Now, if the community had a big upheaval and said stuff like that, then that's a different story. Donna says, we love this company. Thank you so much. Appreciate it, Donna. Stuart says, I love Instant Weather Pro. I've talked about Instant Weather Pro a couple times, but I haven't even mentioned how to subscribe. So if you'd like to subscribe to Instant Weather Pro, which I'm using right here to track these winds, you can do so at instantweatherpro.com. It's like $99 for the year. It's $8.25 a month, basically. But anyways, huge thank you to those who have subscribed. And if you do subscribe, please check your spam folder because Teresa actually has to send out the instructions by hand. So if you do decide to subscribe to Instant Weather Pro, huge thank you. Melissa says what you do is really appreciated. Thank you so much. Mayan Gun. I'm trying to pronounce it. I'm sorry. I'm getting it wrong. Maybe that's the last name. I'll just say Henry. Henry says more guitar, please. Thank you very much. Guitar's fun. We should probably do more guitar. Peggy says instantweatherpro.com. That's right. That is the link. Rebecca says anything for Barry. Emily says anything for Barry. Yeah, I don't think there's going to be too much more action in the Barry area. I could be wrong, but it looks like things are starting to die down for the Barry area. I'm going to go get a polygon ready, though, for this storm in Eastern Ontario for as soon as we get the next radar update, because I have a feeling if this gets stronger, it's going to be pretty nasty. Let me just back up one here. Yeah, because it went from nothing to 77 kilometers an hour in one radar frame. So I'm going to go make a polygon for it in the background. Give me 1 second here. Actually, I can probably bring you along. Come along. Come along to our posting portal. I don't know what we call it. Our back end panel. Let's see here. There we are. Does it show up? Where'd it go? I don't have it ready. How about that? There we go. That should work. Cool. All right, so let's click on Franktown, load that up, and let's zoom in and find this storm I'm talking about near Dwyer Hill. Let's see here. I see Barhaven maybe getting some hail right now. Looks like. And where exactly is this? Let me make sure I have the latest frame. Yeah, that's the latest frame. 1253 101. We should be getting an update actually pretty soon. And then I'll go back and take a look at Guelph because I know there's people saying, "What about Guelph? What about the Guelph area?"
Hold up 1 second. I'm seeing something on storm reports. Is that a squirrel with an instant weather button?
Is it on the stream? Hold on, I can't see the
Yeah.
storm. 1 second.
What?
It's an actual squirrel? This isn't...
That looks like an actual squirrel.
Oh, I thought it was a stuffy. That's a real squirrel?
I don't know. I can't tell. It's too small. I got to pull up on Facebook.
I think it's real. If it's fake, I'd be shocked, but it looks real. Unless it could be stuffed. I'm pretty sure it's stuffed. Oreo Cat, hey, Oreo Cat says, that's really cute.
Oh, that's definitely real. I just looked at. I'm zooming in. It's a real squirrel.
Oh my
It
god.
could be like a taxidermied squirrel.
Cute.
Henry says, my
No,
gun
that's
is wolf
real.
in Ojibwe. Oh, okay. Dwyer Hill is a road, says Christina. Thank you. It's showing up as a place, but maybe it's just a road. Dwyer Hill Road. Okay, cool. Is it real, like alive? Why does it have our
It
logo?
could be taxidermy.
I think it's taxidermy.
could
It could just
be.
be rotated for the second photo. That's what I think. Looks, because it's exactly the same tilt of the head, and then it's just turned slightly. I think it's a taxidermied squirrel. I don't think she's pinning an Instant Weather logo to a live squirrel.
Well, you could have a squirrel as a pet. Some people do.
Some people do, but I don't know if it's going to pose for photos with a... Yeah, she definitely... It's a taxidermied squirrel. Or it's just a completely fake one, so...
I have asked for clarification because I need to know.
Yeah, I see it in the
Please.
comments.
Please. Lucas B says, I was about to ask where we need to go to adopt weather squirrels. I believe it's a weather depot. I'm pretty sure. Julie says, I think it's fake. Yeah. Marilyn says Dwyer Hill is also an area. Yeah, it wouldn't show up probably in our location database unless it was an area. Obviously, it's a street as well. Those winds we were talking about, they did weaken on the latest update. So I am not going to put out a special polygon on that one. The highest I can see on radar is 63 kilometers an hour. So I don't think that's justified for me putting out a strong polygon on that particular storm. All right, I was going to go take a look at the Guelph area again. It's probably east of Guelph now. Guelph looks really messy, actually, now. Yeah, those storms are kind of boring in a good way. We want boring. We don't want interesting. I mean, interesting may be interesting for a live stream, but yeah, we definitely don't want anything too exciting, because exciting usually means that people are being affected by it, and we don't want that. So there is a new storm about to move into the Kitchener area, but again, it doesn't look very exciting. I'm going to turn lightning on because I had it off just so we could see more city names. To turn lightning on, click it on in the menu. This is for Instant Weather Pro, by the way. Click it on in the menu and then hit F5 or just hit refresh on your browser, and that'll just refresh everything, and now you've got lightning. So let's see if there's a little bit of lightning on this. I'm not seeing much. A little bit to the east. There's a one lightning strike here. You can see it as I zoom in, or if I swipe over. Tiny little lightning strike. It's soft, though. The lightning strikes get softer as the older they get. So the new ones are very bright, and the old ones get softer and softer and softer. Christine says, why can't I hear you? If you can't hear us, then I would recommend refreshing the stream. And that's just for everybody out there. I mean, Christine probably can't hear me. If you are on the same Facebook page or group as Christine, can you let her know to refresh the stream? But that's just for everybody. If you ever get to the point where the audio cuts out, just refresh the stream. It'll come back. Usually. Squad trip to Squirrel Depot, says Look It's Be. Ooh, that's interesting. Look at the Scud from Mimico, Toronto. Nice.
Probably similar to the one I saw.
I think that's probably the same
Lake
Scud that you
Ontario
saw.
is just like completely dark now.
Is that like that photo we saw earlier where it's just like dark, dark, dark when you're on the outside of that storm? Probably. Janice says, I can hear you good on Facebook. Refresh your screen. Yeah. Christine says, just refresh your screen. We can hear him. Thanks, Christine. Or, sorry. Thanks, Danielle. Hail in... Uh-oh. Let me think. Gloucester.
Gloucester,
You got it.
yeah.
Yes! I thought of gloss. That's how I remembered it. You have to... The brain works in that way. You have to associate it with something. Think about something glossy. Not matte, but glossy. Hail in Gloucester. And not Cester. Not Gloucester, like it's spelt. Gloucester. That's how it's spelled. But just so you know.
Looks like some flooding in Ottawa.
Gloucester.
Or Orleans.
And Orleans, yeah. Basically just like northeastern Ottawa. Flooding in Orleans there. It's not great. It's actually quite a bit all the way up to that high on that tire. That's probably like, what, 6 inches of rain? 6 inches of flooding, maybe more. All right. Continuing to watch these storms the best we possibly can. Let me just check some data in the background. I think maybe potentially the more exciting, if you can call it that, stuff is going to be stuff coming over Lake Huron. That could be interesting. Like you say, Dodge says instant weather is Canada. We're from Canada, but we also have pages across the U.S. They all have the old branding on them. So if you remember, our very first page was Ontario Tornado Watch. All of our U.S. pages, except for one that we've converted to Mississippi Instant Weather, every other page is like Oregon Tornado Watch, Kansas Tornado Watch. We've got Tornado Watch pages all over the U.S. And I think north of 300,000 community members if you combine them all. Like each page is like 5,000, 10,000. You know, they're all relatively small compared to our Canadian pages. But if you add them all up, it's probably like 300,000 at least.
I believe they were responding to the previous comment saying, "Hi, why can't I get instant weather in the UK on Android?"
Oh, in the UK? On Android?
Yeah, this comment
I
here.
see. Oh, I see. Okay, yeah. Right now our app is only available in Canada. We will be launching it to the US, but we probably should launch it globally. I don't see why not. I know there's a lot of folks in different parts of the world that end up following our streams and want to use our app. Sammy says Ottawa has lost power. Ah, yes. But yes, we're about to add the US to it. They're asking for the UK. Oh, the UK. I see. Yeah, I think we're eventually going to launch it there as well. I know there's like GRDP stuff we probably have to do, which gets a bit complicated. But and we also want to add alerts from. We can add global alerts. So there's actually a European alert agency. I don't know if that's the name. That's definitely not the name of it, but there's where you can actually get all the alerts from basically all across Europe and all across Asia and all this kind of stuff. It'd be pretty cool to add all of that. Pamela says, I am in Barhaven and still have power, thankfully. Michelle says, not all of Ottawa, simmer down. I don't think the person said all of Ottawa. I think they said, I have no power in Ottawa. Let's all simmer down. Please. Melissa says, your name's Adam, right? Yep, my name's Adam. Hi. Let's see here. Janet says, no power in the west end of Ottawa. Lana's asking about Madoc. Let me take a look. Where's Madoc again? Right near Tweed, right? I see. You're good right now. There's some storms coming in from the west. And they could be gusty and heavy rain. Maybe some lightning. Nothing too wild. Nothing too exciting on the live stream. There are some pretty grumpy looking storms. Ooh, this might be exciting.
I have an update on the squirrel.
Oh, thank you.
It is taxidermied. She said she found it many years ago on a walk in someone's garbage. She rescued it, and now it's part of the family.
She rescued a dead squirrel from someone's garbage. Okay, that's cool. But the fact that she put an Instant Weather logo on it is amazing.
Yeah, she says, because you guys are always talking about Squirrel Depot, I thought I'd make a sign and post a photo to thank you. Thank all of you for keeping us informed and safe.
Aw, that's very nice. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Sally says, if you go global, you could be doing a live 24/7. That sounds compelling. Let's see here. Morgan says, thank you, Adam. My kid is traumatized from the Dre show in Madoc, Cohill area. Yeah, I'm sure a lot of folks are as well, too. Thank you, Morgan. Appreciate it. It was a brutal, brutal storm. It was terrifying. So Amanda says, LMAO, she rescued a dead squirrel. She did rescue it. And she gave it a nice instant weather tag. Sally says, it's a good thing we like you. Let's see here. Kim says, no global LOL. The man needs to sleep sometime. Sometime I do. I hibernate in the winter. Although we've been doing more live streams in the winter lately. I should just sleep all winter. Prepare for the next season. The next season of no sleep. Can you tell it's August where I'm like, oh, sorry, I was having a nap. Didn't start the live stream until a little bit later. In the beginning, it's like,
I actually had an idea about the winter live streams last night. I mentioned it in one of the chats, but it's actually interesting. So basically, our idea behind the summer live streams were that we wanted to take people behind the scenes as we track storms. So I was thinking in the winter, we could take people behind the scenes as I make the forecast. And then people can watch me look over the model data, make the forecast map.
I like it. I like it. That's cool. Give away all our secrets, Brennan. That's great. That's fantastic. I think it's no, it's fine. There's no secrets here. We're just literally, it's just a matter of looking, like the diligence of looking over the data. Hold on a second. Is this something? Something? Maybe not. It's kind of a hook. There's kind of a hook here. This is east of Clarence Rockland right now. There's kind of a hook, and there's a very weak, soft mesocyclone. It's not impressive at all, but it's definitely, the hook's impressive, and it's not showing on tilt 2. Okay. So, what just happened? Montreal radar, the noisiest radar of all time. If we didn't have the noise canceling on this thing, Can you see all of the disco lines? Hold on. We got to do this. That must have been the latest update. I have to see. Look at the noise canceling. It literally takes out the entire radar. Look at this. Look at the noise. Watch it go away. Okay, I have to turn off noise canceling to see how disgustingly bad the noise is coming from this radar right now. That's weird. Where did that frame go? Is that the last frame? Come back, crazy frame. No. Where did you go? No. Oh, it is that frame. Oh, I see. Look at the velocity noise. It's ridiculous. The noise coming out of this radar is absolutely disgusting. It's all in velocity, though. We're actually going to noise filter velocity soon. But look at the lines coming out of this radar. It's just disgusting. And then you can see all of the disco lines, too. And we'll get rid of those here. I thought it was like, where did that frame go? But it was the same frame. It was just all in velocity. Whoa. What? The noise canceling. The thing is so noisy. The noise canceling just deleted all the storms.
The noise canceling just rage quit. It was like
it just rage quit.
No.
It did. It's because look how noisy the data is. This is a weird time where turning off noise canceling might be a good idea because then you can actually see the storms. But what is with the difference?
Frame though.
It's just that frame. Like look at the last frame and then look at this frame.
Well, look at the picture on Ontario Storm Reports.
Whoa.
Riverside and Walkley, I believe that would be Ottawa.
I think so. Side note, if you are reporting stuff, Ashley, for example, and anybody else, please put the city or the town instead of just like an intersection. And you're just assuming people know where it is. But yeah, flooding in Riverside in Ottawa. So we assumed it was Ottawa. We were correct. Karen says, so is that the pixelated marks you were talking about? Yeah, that's brutal. Janice says, will Weatherverse 3D show snow accumulations? We want to, yes. We already have rain in there and hail and snow, but we want to do ground accumulations of snow. And actually it'd be really cool to see like model data. So we can like do like a forecast and say like these areas are going to see this much snow and like fly around and you'll see that much snow in those areas. That would be super cool. That'd be awesome. I haven't shown anything on the 3D Weatherverse today. I definitely have to. We have a new logo for the 3D Weatherverse. We just put out a new logo for that. So that's exciting stuff. Let's see here. All right. I want to keep an eye on what's coming across Lake Huron. So far, oh, and stuff's just popping, eh? There's just a storm just popping north of London.
The VTP, violent tornado parameters, actually increasing over Lake Huron. There's, I think that's the one over that cell right over Lake Huron right now, literally circling it.
Oh, I see it. I see it. Yeah. Yeah, and Supercell's up to a 2, and let's see is it going to get higher. It's going to stay at about a 2, but yeah, those storms are going to pop, and we're going to see some action in southwestern Ontario. It might not be exciting, but the environment's increasing, so I think it's worth watching. I want to go back to that storm we were talking about over by Clarence Rockland. Let's see here. I think it has... It's still pretty weak. Oh, there was a tiny, there was a single frame with a little bit of a couplet right here. East of Clarence Point and north of Orient. There's a tiny little couplet, and then it's kind of turned into some weaker rotation here. Yeah, not that exciting. It looked better from Montreal radar until it went to Noise Town. Oh, man. You know it's noisy when the noise canceling does this. That's funny. All right. So, yeah, I want to keep an eye on that cell, but so far it's not that amazing. There was one frame of interesting, quote unquote, but then it kind of went down the drain there. All right. Still watching the storms, swiping the radar. Fun times. Okay, let's see here. Kathy says, I need a car wash. Is it going to rain in London later or anytime soon? It's possible. You might see some storms in the London area. Coda says, my dog is getting scared and nothing is happening outside right now, Barry. Yeah, I don't think anything's going on, Barry. Maybe dog's still scared from the crazy lightning we had earlier. It was loud. Patricia is talking about a video that might show some rotation. Maybe that's the one over bank in Rideau. That's the one on screen right now, right?
Yeah, that one that's right there.
If that's rotating, it almost looks like it's anticyclonic. Looks like it's going the other way. Interesting. But it didn't look too impressive, at least from my quick glance at it. I like this. This is a video from the car from the driver's seat, but they are pulled over safely and then taking a video. We're okay with that. We just don't want folks. There's so many folks that they take a video while they're driving, they share it to the page, we remove it and click on the driving safety rule, and then they get mad. And it's like, we don't like driving safety. We want you to be safe. So if you're sending a report and not being safe, then that's the opposite of what we're trying to accomplish here. We're trying to keep people safe, not make them be like, oh, I got to get that video into Ontario Storm Reports, so I better drive while I'm filming. That'd be bad. What's kind of mind-blowing is some states in the U.S. actually allow you to be on your phone while you're driving. It's legal there. I remember talking to a storm chaser about it in the U.S. and saying, I think they posted something. I messaged him and said, it's not a great idea to be driving on the phone. They actually said, in this state, it's legal. And I'm like, still not a great idea, but I guess it's legal. I guess you can't get in trouble for it, but the trouble would be if you're distracted driving and smash into something. That would be trouble. So there's that. But anyways, to each their own. But definitely safety is number one for us. So I'm going to continue to push that idea that folks should stay safe. And again, that's rule number 3. Rule number 3. Derek says it's legal in some states that you don't need to wear a helmet while driving a motorcycle. Whoa, look at the flooding. It's crazy. Trish says this is the weather version of Tinder. Swipe left, swipe right. Not quite, but almost. Let's see here. Oh, we could do. It's interesting you say that. It'd be interesting if we like put that into our instant weather app, where you actually show the Ontario storm reports right inside the instant weather app, and then you could just swipe. You could swipe to the right if you think it's an interesting report, and swipe to the left if you don't think it's an interesting report. Maybe.
I was quite worried where you were going with this idea.
No, just like that, just like that. That's all I'm saying. And then maybe the algorithm can like learn what reports you want to see. So if you keep swiping the sunsets to the left, it'll stop showing you sunsets so much, and you swipe like storms to the right, then it'll show you more of those. That could be useful.
That sounds complicated.
And you need just need like image recognition, machine learning. It's not that hard. Chantel is showing that flooding from Ottawa. That looks brutal. Okay, that is more than 6 inches, like we saw earlier. That is feet of flooding. Like that one car is almost completely submerged on the right. What happened there? I hope those folks didn't try to like drive through it. It kind of looks like they did, and then they got stuck.
Yeah, that doesn't look like a parking lot. It looks like they drove through it.
It looks like, oh, it's probably only a couple inches of rain. Blah, 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 blah. That's actually, flash flooding causes the most fatalities in the U.S. by far. By far. So when you see a road that's flooded, that's why there's the term turn around, don't drown, because it's extremely dangerous to drive your car into water, especially if it's fast-moving water. It looks like that's like stagnant water, so maybe it's not as brutal. Still not great. But if it's like a fast-flowing river of water and your car gets sucked into that, and you try to like cross it, and then you get sucked in and pull, yeah, it's not good. Causes a lot of fatalities. So yeah, please don't drive into water-covered roads. You also don't know if the road has eroded. Which has the root word of road in there. But you don't know if it has eroded underneath sometimes. And it just looks like, it just looks like there's a few inches of water, and you drive, and all of a sudden the roads, you go into like a sinkhole. That's also bad. So, yeah. Safety, folks. Safety first. I call myself Captain Safety with our family. I'm always like, I'm like the helicopter dad who's like, over the sun. I'm trying to loosen the leash a little bit, though. Let him learn. Let him learn on his own there. he wants to do silly things. What's going to happen? The mess around and find out. This photo looks like it's actually taken from the passenger seat, which is good. We can usually tell when it's taken from the passenger seat because the perspective is on the right side, or I guess I'm reversed. So it's on the right side of the street, and usually you can see the dash, like in this case, this way. You can see the dash angling towards the driver or towards the center of the car. So you can tell this one is passenger. So we typically approve that if we know it's passenger.
There's a new severe thunderstorm watch to the southwest for the London area.
Oh, let's see. Oh, yeah. They just extended that, eh? Severe thunderstorm watch. There you go. Yeah, I guess they're expecting those storms to come across Huron and be interesting. I'm going to go check some model data in the background and see what the latest HER is talking about. Yeah. Doesn't look that exciting, but it's definitely showing some storms moving in. We'll see if they get interesting. It's still expecting the strongest stuff to build pretty much. Yeah, the strongest storms are still expected to be kind of east of Ottawa. Maybe some big time hail is possible as well too. So, and I think those storms are kind of already there. I did want to keep an eye on that one east of Clarence, Rockland, but not as strong now. It has weakened a bit. Lots of lightning, torrential rain. Flooding is obviously the main risk today, folks. Big time flooding. And that's not great because flooding is incredibly dangerous. So we hope everybody's staying safe with the flood risk today, especially in Eastern Ontario, where we're seeing substantial flooding in the Ottawa region right now. So that's not great. That is not great. Brendan, you may want to update your tracking severe storms in the GTA in Eastern Ontario because we're going to be tracking storms in Southwestern Ontario too.
True.
Hey, where did this show up? Little storm by Watford with a bit of hail west of London. The folks in London were asking if they're going to get anything today, and it looks like maybe. It's kind of tracking to the southeast, so that storm will probably head towards St. Thomas. But there are more storms popping up behind those ones. And a little bit of VTP, so we'll see. Sherry Rogers says, hey, Adam, the states of Montana and Missouri are the only two states where it is legal to be on your phone while driving as long as you're 21 years of age. Oh, okay. I think it was Missouri. I was talking to a storm spotter in Missouri, so that makes perfect sense. Only Montana and Missouri. Let's hope that gets changed soon, because that's obviously a... I mean, we have the rule here, and I still see people on their phones all the time. Like, let me know in the comments, how many times you drive by... Who's driven by someone recently who was like this on their phone while they're driving? Like, how many times have you seen that? We've all seen that.
I think it's hard to enforce. That's the issue.
It's pretty difficult to enforce, yeah. Yeah. And to be fair, I have seen police officers drive by with their on the phone too. I mean, they're busy doing a lot of stuff. That's the thing with them. They've got like a laptop right in front of them. Like, you have to be, kudos to police force, because you have to be very, very skilled. It's basically kind of like storm chasing, right? You have like all these screens in front of you, and you're also trying to drive. So you have to have incredible multitasking skills to be able to do that. And so obviously it's still a dangerous thing. So John says, hope Peterborough doesn't get flooded like last week. Yes, I hope so. Yes, a lot. I see it all the time, nearly every day. So yeah. Saw a dude texting yesterday. And also too, I think there's a lot of folks too that they don't talk on their phone when they're driving, but you see them as soon as they get to a red light, then they're like this. Right? They're like looking down. You can tell they're texting or like searching something or whatever. And then their light goes green and you're just sitting there waiting behind them patiently. And they're still not going. You're like, hello, please go. Chris says, first offender, $615, 3 points, and 3-day license suspension. Is that in Ontario? That's what it is? That's good. $615, 3 points, and a 3-day license suspension. M says, I had a taxi driver speeding on the highway and texting. Oof. It's not great. Yeah, so long story short, folks, Can you please be safe on the roads? That would be great. That would be awesome. Can we try? One day the cars are all just going to drive themselves. But for this point in time, while we're all still humans driving cars, let's try to be safe, please. That would be great. Like, it could almost be beneficial if somehow I could figure out if a person is driving while they have their phone and then the phone like turns off. That also sounds like a little too intrusive. Probably too intrusive. Because how do you know they're not the passenger? I mean, like, Waze is always like, don't drive and use Waze. Or like, don't drive and try to type on Waze. And I'm like, I'm the passenger if like my wife's driving or something. It happens a lot. Anyways, moving on. The comments is getting pretty enraged about people driving and texting. That's my fault. I'll take the blame for that one. But, you know, I think it's a good cause to talk about. Jerome says, yep, that happened to me many times. The light turns green and I'm all the way through the intersection before they even move. Happens all the time. Shields on TikTok says, hey, Adam, outlook for Milton? What is the outlook for Milton? Let me see. You're under a severe thunderstorm watch at the moment, Milton. And there are some storms to your west. I don't think anything looks too impressive at the moment. Just because you're under a severe thunderstorm watch doesn't mean you're going to get a storm. It doesn't mean you're getting a severe storm. It means there's a chance. Just a chance. Kendra on TikToks or on Twitch says, hey Adam, if someone wanted to join your guys' team, what would they need / have to do? I have a passion for weather and I love your work and everything you guys do. You can always send us an email if you want to join our team. You can send us an email at help@instantweather.ca and maybe do a write-up of your passion for weather. It's not a guarantee that we're going to have room on the team, but send us your resume, links to your socials and stuff like that. And and we'll take a look. So thank you so much. Appreciate that. Brad says, drivers are permitted to use cell phones if their vehicle is not in motion, lawfully parked, correct, and not impeding traffic. Drivers of vehicles for emergency services such as ambulances, fire trucks, police cars, as well as drivers who use a cell phone to contact emergency services are all exempt from the restriction. Good to know. E90 on YouTube says, hey, Adam, my watch gives me a storm alert. I'm assuming because of change in barometric pressure. Does the pressure increase or decrease when a storm is on its way? Typically, it decreases. It depends on if it's a low pressure. Sometimes you can have pop-up storms even in, like, reasonably mild pressure levels. But if it's a big, strong, like, low-pressure system coming in, then the pressure will be decreasing. And then you can tell because many people will be getting migraines, sore bones, all that kind of stuff. But typically it's a drop in pressure. Debbie says auto insurance considers it equal to impaired. I'm way behind here. Hold on. Let me see. Hibbs says timing for London, please. Yeah, so I don't know exactly when London's going to get a storm because this one is moving this way and this one is moving that way. And so those storms are going to split around London. But there are some storms back here along Huron, so not for a few hours probably. If you're looking for timing on like your town or your city when you might see storms today, I would download our free app. So if you haven't downloaded our free app yet, you can get it at instantweatherapp.com and then check like the minute product or the hourly product just to see kind of when the risk is. And it might say like there's a thunderstorm risk, all the way through the next several hours. But I would check when the percentages are higher. So if it's like 30%, like it could say severe, it could say thunderstorm risk even at 30%. So 30%, 40%, 50, and all of a sudden you see that like around 6 p.m. it jumps up to 90% chance. That's you're probably getting close to when it's going to happen there. So I would look for the higher percentages for sure. It's not saying, a lot of people send us emails that are like grumpy and saying, oh, your app said it was going to be thunderstorms and it never happened. I'm like, it didn't say there was going to be thunderstorms. It said there was a percentage of a chance of thunderstorms. We're dealing in probability. We're not dealing in absolutes. It's like there's a 30% chance of a thunderstorm. You know what that means? It means there's a 70% chance of no thunderstorm. 70% chance of no thunderstorm. That's what that actually means. Not 30% chance of a thunderstorm. So if it happens, 30% chance, like a 1 in 3 chance-ish of it happening. But if it's like 70, 80, 90, 99, then chances are pretty good. I was zooming in to see that photo, and then it went away. Oh, where'd it go? The flooding is ridiculous. I feel like this is from the driver's seat. Am I wrong? Are they parked?
Definitely
Patricia,
driver's seat.
This is definitely driver's seat. Are they driving through flooded streets and filming? Because I'm going to think that maybe that video should be removed. Oh, they're parked.
Yeah, they're not moving.
They're definitely not moving. They're parked. All right. I mean, I don't know if they're parked
They're probably
or if they're
parked
stuck.
because they can't move.
They're probably stuck. Yeah. All right. We'll let that slide. They're not moving, so we'll let that slide. And sorry to the person who obviously posted that. It looks brutal. Kendra said, is there a monthly payment option for the new instant weather radar? Not at this point in time, but there will be over the next month or two maybe. We're going to add that to the app and then put in a monthly option for it. But right now, just logistically, because Teresa has to send out the instructions and she has to monitor the subscriptions, logistically, it's just much easier for us to deal with the yearly version of it. So right now, there's only the yearly option for $99 at instantweatherpro.com. But eventually there will be an equivalent option, monthly version of it. So probably still be cheaper to do the yearly, and then the monthly will be like, I don't know, because it's what, $8.25 right now per month. So I don't know, maybe the monthly will be $10.99 or $11.99 or something like that, and then the yearly will be $99. Probably something to that extent, I think. Something like that. Hopefully that makes sense. Let's see here. Robert says hi from the east coast of Canada. Hey, Robert. By the way, we have pages in the east as well. We've got Newfoundland, Instant Weather Newfoundland, and Labrador, Instant Weather Nova Scotia, Instant Weather PEI, Instant Weather New Brunswick, and did I say Nova Scotia already? I think I did. And then, we have Instant Weather Quebec. We've got Instant Weathers across Canada. The Blue Brick says, love the radar. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you to all those who have subscribed to it. We sincerely appreciate you supporting the project. S says, do you refer to METAR TAF? Yeah, we have in the past, and we do in certain situations. We'll probably end up including METARs in Instant Weather Pro eventually. And then you can see like reports from airports and stuff where they report different conditions and the level of the clouds and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, we'll likely end up doing that. But a lot of METARs are included in a lot of model data. So it's kind of, model data is kind of a nice accumulation. Colin says, can we have a look at Calabogie? Sure. Tammy says, hopefully no tornadoes today. I agree. Hopefully none. Today is a strong risk for hail and damaging wind gusts, but the overall tornado risk is on the lower end. We might see one or two, but chances are it'll probably be a damaging wind risk and a hail risk today. Obviously a flooding risk as well. Janice says, when will 3D Weatherverse be available to subscribe? I want to drop a car. So our dev on 3D Weatherverse is making some big improvements, smoothing out the roads across North America. So we're going to have smooth roads, because I don't know if you noticed in some of the earlier demos, I'm driving and the car's just like bouncing around. We're actually doing, because I said the only way people are going to want to drive around across North America is that the roads are actually drivable. So we're using satellite data and the crazy algorithm to like create smooth roads all the way across North America, which is crazy. So as soon as that's done over the next maybe the next week or two or so, then the beta test will become available through 3D Weatherverse. So pretty exciting. Lunar says, if you use Stripe, you can set up subscriptions per month fairly easily. Yeah, we have an option to do monthly subscriptions. We just decided not to do it because because the logistics of keeping track manually of all those monthly subscriptions is really tedious. We're gonna wait till we have it all automated. Once it's all automated, then we'll launch monthly. But right now, Teresa is keeping track of all the yearly subscriptions by hand in a giant Excel page, and there's a lot of them. So yeah, it's
Yeah,
a
we
pain in
don't
the
want to
butt.
make Teresa quit.
Yeah, we don't want to make Teresa rage quit because she's amazing, and she's brilliant, and she has a PhD in astronomy actually, which is pretty cool. So she's a doctor of the stars. So anyways, long story short, Teresa's brilliant. We don't want to make things even more difficult for her. So so we're gonna stick with yearly for now, and then we will eventually do monthly for sure. David says, will it come to an app soon? If you're talking about Instant Weather Pro or 3D Weatherverse, both of them will eventually be mobile apps. Yes. Jody says, I'm disappointed in using the app. It crashes every time I use it. The Instant Weather app or Instant Weather Pro? Can you clarify, please? And on a side note, we can probably help with that as well, too. So if you want to send us an email, if you are having technical issues, send us an email to help@instantweather.ca and let us know if something like that's happening. And then, what the heck? Oh, 1 second. Sorry. Send us an email to help@instantweather.ca, and we will try our best to help you with those issues. Some older devices have problems. Yeah. But long story short is Ingrid says, Teresa is the bomb. Yeah, she's awesome. She's great. Some older devices have issues, and there's some stuff like that we can't solve if you have a really older device. But if you have a newer device and is having problems, then there should be workarounds we can help you with. Let's see here. And or it could be something that we need to address in the actual code. Jay says, thanks for what you do, everyone. You're very welcome, Jay. Thanks so much. Thanks to everyone who is a community member as well. We really appreciate you being our wonderful community members and hanging out in the live stream and all that fun stuff. Derek says, what's happening in Barrie today? Let me take a look. Besides the thunderstorms this morning, a whole lot of nothing. Robert says, if you look up Fundy Bay on New Brunswick, that's where I'm at. Cool. My mom lives right off the Bay of Fundy. It's a beautiful area. I went whale watching there. We didn't see any whales, but we did see some otters, I think. I don't know, we saw some cool stuff. Oh, we saw a porpoise, I think, which is easily mistaken for a dolphin, but it was we saw some porpoises. That was pretty cool. No whales, though. All right, where was I? I was taking a look at Calabogie. Someone was asking about Calabogie earlier. It's a big rainy mess in the east right now. I'm not seeing anything strong as far as winds are concerned. I mean, maybe there's some gusty winds down here east of Zealand. 57 kilometers an hour on radar. Nothing too spectacular. Overall, it's pretty much a washed out mess. Flooding risk in the east. Nothing besides that I can tell at this point in time. Calabogie just looks like a bunch of rain. That's about it. The winds do not look too strong on radar. We can only go by radar at this point in time, but of course, folks report that storms can be pretty intense, but overall, not looking too exciting from what I can tell. Okay, we got Montreal radar back. It decided to work again. Yeah, lightning, torrential rain, maybe some small hail, gusty winds. That's about it. Not too much we can report on for different areas. Everyone is like, what about Cornwall, for example? What about Cornwall? Cornwall? Where'd you go? Is it here? Where is it? I thought it was here. There it is. Cornwall looks like rain, lightning, gusty winds. If you're anywhere in southern Ontario and you want to know what could happen today, rain, maybe some small hail, flooding. Of course, flooding is the main risk for sure. Get Brutal says no tornadoes looking today, right? It's not entirely out of the question that we could still see a spin up, but right now things are looking pretty washed out, which could be a good thing. We're still going to watch as these storms roll into southwestern Ontario here, but so far they're not looking that strong. Just some lightning, gusty winds. torrential rain. So there's a flooding risk, especially for Eastern Ontario, where they've seen a boatload of precipitation and they continue to see more precipitation. Eastern Ontario is definitely a flood risk, and of course, as you've seen the photos from Ottawa, it's coming to fruition for sure. Shannon says, good, prefer a bust than anything major. Agreed. I always prefer a bust. For those who don't know, a bust is when there should be a strong storm risk, and then it basically turns into rain and thunder and not that much stuff going on. So that's considered a bust. Or no storms at all is like a true bust, where it's like, there's going to be big storms today, and then they don't show up at all. That is a true bust. But let's see here. Robert's asking, are there any radar near St. John, New Brunswick? Yeah, of course. Let's go take a quick peek out east for Robert. Here's St. John. There's multiple radars. There's KCBW from the U.S. There's KASCM. And there's also why do I keep saying K? CASCM and CASGO over here in Nova Scotia. So you've got 3 radars right around you that can provide you with updates here. So yeah, you definitely have lots of options. But we're watching Eastern Ontario at the moment, and we're watching Southwestern Ontario and Central and the GTA, Niagara, the whole area. We're just keeping an eye out. Things looked pretty strong on the models, but they may have been weakening, which is good. This storm here in Quebec, northwest of Montreal, starting to see some rotation right here on that one, north of Wentworth. And there's a bit of a hook on that storm. Let's see what it does for the few frames we've got. Yeah, it's starting to tighten up a little bit here. So that is interesting. We need to keep an eye on that for our friends in Quebec. And this is heading where here? I know there's quite a few folks in Quebec that watch our live streams. They send us emails and let us know that they're watching. Heading towards Lac des d'Eau. Yeah, I can't pronounce anything. This is probably why we don't go live in Quebec, because I can't pronounce a darn thing. I can't even pronounce English names, so good luck me pronouncing French names. It's brutal. Lac Gustave? It's probably wrong. But yeah, that's where that storm is heading right now. North of Wentworth. Every time I see an English name in Quebec, I'm like, Wentworth. That sounds pronounceable. So folks are talking about the different percentages on weather apps and when they pay attention. We've actually thought it could be a good idea to, by the way, everybody stretch. We're all sitting here for the last hour and 46 minutes. Everybody stretch it out. We're stretching. Everybody's stretching. That's nice. That's good. So, yeah, look at the flooding. It's not great. A lot of that is in Ottawa, I'm pretty sure. We were thinking about on the Instant Weather app of having the ability to adjust the percentage of when the forecast says thunderstorms are possible. So right now we have it at 30. So if there's 29% chance of thunderstorms being possible, it says cloudy or sunny or whatever the other thing. But if it passes the 30% threshold, then it says thunderstorms. So some people say, how come the forecast says there's a risk of thunderstorms for the next 14 days, even though the percentages are low? And so that's just because that's where the threshold is. But maybe, just maybe, we could put a setting with a slider. Say, I don't want it to say thunderstorms unless it's like 50% or unless it's like 70%. You know what I mean? You could put in a threshold. So then it will say, it'll still tell you the percentage chance of a thunderstorm. It might still say 40%, but it'll say that the forecast is, for sunny skies. And then you'll get mad at us when it thunderstorms. So yeah, it's a double-edged sword. Okay, let's see here. Bilf says, got a severe thunderstorm warning in London. How come? Well, because you have these giant regions of alert areas. So if they want to send out a severe thunderstorm warning for a storm near you, are you sure? I only see a severe thunderstorm watch. I can go double check, but I'm pretty sure there's only a severe thunderstorm watch in London right now. Did you mean watch? Very
Yeah,
possible in
there's
that
only a
case.
watch. There's no warning at the moment.
Oh, okay. Yes, yes. So remember, watch means there's a chance of severe thunderstorms in the area. Warning means that there is a severe thunderstorm and you should take shelter. There you go. Cupcake watch, cupcake warning. Cupcake watch, you've got all the ingredients. Cupcake warning, the cupcake is ready and happening. It is occurring. You have to eat it now. That's the difference. So in one case, there's a chance of thunderstorms, and the other case, there's a thunderstorm that's ready to eat. So let's see here. Josie says, just watched safety video a few days ago for people who get trapped in cars. You can grab your headrest and use the metal prongs to smash the door windows. Be careful. Or crawl through the car back seat. There's a catch release on back trunk interiors to release the trunk from the inside. Thought I would share as I never knew either of these tips and could save a life. Interesting. Yeah, when I was storm spotting many years ago, I actually had a tool that I would keep in my glove box, and it had a very, very sharp point on it, and it was a tool that could like break a window in case, because if you get all the pressure from water flooded up across the window, it's really hard to break, so you need like a tool. But it's interesting. Yeah, you pull out the headrest, and then you've got those sharp kind of metal points, and you can use that to smash out the window. But like you say, be careful. And then if it's water on the other side, you're going to smash it out. And then it's going to be like a crazy rush of water. But if the trunk is above the water, then that's an interesting idea to go through the trunk. As long as you keep your trunk clean, that's a whole nother story. Christiane says, I think it's Christiane or Christian. I pronounced it wrong. I think it's Christiane. But anyways, I just downloaded this app, but is there a how to use it video to see the features you show on screen? You say you downloaded it. Did you download the Instant Weather app? Because that is different from Instant Weather Pro. They're two different products right now. Instant Weather Pro is a website, and then the Instant Weather app is a mobile app. So right now they're separate. Eventually, Instant Weather Pro will be integrated into the Instant Weather app. That's our plan. But if you downloaded it, I have a feeling you're using the regular Instant Weather app. And if that's the case, yeah, I mean, it's relatively straightforward. I think we've done tutorials in the past of how to use it, but I should probably do a new one. We actually do have a whole website that Teresa created of frequently asked questions. And I think that actually might be in the app options here. About, maybe? Or does About just go to our website, to our About page? Let me see. So if you're using the Instant Weather app, if you click the menu and you click About, that'll take you to our website. And then if you click on App, then if you scroll down, where is it here? It's got to be somewhere. She's got her instructions somewhere. But where? I don't know why they're not available on the home screen or on the app page. That's not helpful. Should probably do that. Yeah, I think on the app page of the of our website, we should add a link to Teresa's instructions for the frequently asked questions for the app, and the overall instructions of how to use the app. So yeah, so we'll work on that, adding that to the. It's on our website somewhere. Teresa probably knows the link to it. She is here somewhere. Yeah, just called Instant Weather, but not Pro. Yeah, so that's just our Instant Weather app. That's our free app. And then Instant Weather Pro is this, which you can subscribe to at instantweatherpro.com, and it's a website. So it works on mobile phone, it works on a mobile or like a tablet, and it works on computers really well. But it is not integrated into our app just yet, but it will be. That's the plan. Teresa, can you help me with that link? Can you find that link so we can send her instructions of how to use it? Tammy says, we are all getting the same weather. Yes. We are? I don't think so. We're all definitely never getting the exact same weather. Shalom says, the headrest thing is a myth. You should probably mention that. It does not always work. That's fair. I mean, worst case scenario, you're trying to figure out something how to break your window. It's probably a better option than like your fist, but Kayla says, Clarence Rockland, please. Yeah, I'll take a look. But again, I was just looking at it and it didn't look very exciting. Nope, everything's good over there. Nothing exciting. There's some strong winds down here, southeast of St. Albert. Little pocket of strong winds, but not even at severe levels from what I can tell. There's still severe thunderstorm warnings in place. That rotation northeast, maybe it's weakened, but I don't know. Still interesting. Up in Quebec, north of Wentworth. That's in Quebec. That's not in Ontario. And then there's this little pocket here near Ventural. Ventural? Ventural? That's an interesting place. Village Lanthier. I can't pronounce anything, so that's probably wrong. But that's an interesting little signature there. But Clarence Rockland's fine. Just lightning, heavy rain. I don't recommend going outside. But besides the flooding risk, not seeing anything super strong for winds. Just seeing lightning and torrential rain. This cell is interesting, though. The one northeast of Alfred. Northwest of Van Leek Hill. Yeah, there's some very, very soft rotation there. It's nothing exciting, but it's definitely worth keeping an eye on. But it will be moving into Quebec basically now. Looks pretty boring from the Franktown radar. But it's moving to the northeast, out of Ontario. This is the Ontario border here, this line. And it looks like, yeah, it's tracking.
I just brought the instructions up on the screen. Teresa.
Oh, perfect. Oh, great,
link.
great. Awesome. Yeah, so we should put a link to that in the actual app page on the app. Looks like there's a storm in Niagara right now. I want to go take a peek at that. But yeah, instantweatherinc.com/app-instructions. Teresa has done a wonderful job of creating a whole bunch of instructions for the app. Yes. Tammy says, my friend lost some trees yesterday in the storm. Somewhere. Sounds kind of vague, but it's okay. Chloe says the winds were crazy in Alfred 10 minutes ago. Yeah, I wonder. Interesting. I wonder in Alfred a few minutes ago. So that would have been about then. Yeah, those storms are kind of merging together. And there is some minor rotation. Pretty soft at the moment. Heading north of Blue Corners up into Quebec at the moment. Maybe kind of towards the Hawkesbury area, but it might just miss to the north. But there's a little bit of a hook on that storm. That one's probably worth watching. And then this one looks pretty nasty up here in Quebec. Yeah, this one definitely has rotation here. And probably want to send a notification to our friends in Quebec here. Oh, there's 2K21, our YouTube bro. Bro. You're a driving instructor and a mathematician today. I like it. Can you please let me know if Windsor can expect anything in the next 2 hours? You're bro. Always entertaining. Okay. Yeah, Windsor might see a storm, but it's hard to say for sure, and it's hard to say if it's going to be severe. There's a small chance. Oh, there is some more rotation up here in Quebec. Yeah, a couple areas in Quebec seeing rotation. Northwest of Montreal, and looks like west of Trois-Rivières. That's my best French accent I got. But yeah, there's definitely rotation in both of these areas. So, I think I'm going to send a polygon to them. Andrea says Canadian Tire sells a window hammer seat belt cutter. Yeah, that's what I had. It's like a little orange one or whatever. Yeah, it was a little tiny sharp point to break a windshield if you had to get out of your car, and then the other one, and then it had a little belt cutter. If your seatbelt was ever stuck, you could slice your seatbelt. Yeah, that's right. Correct. Gail says, great weather app. Definitely worth the extra to be safe. Thank you so much, Gail. Appreciate it. Thank you kindly. All right, let's go take a look at Niagara quick, and then I'm going to send a polygon to our friends in Quebec. Let me just see. I saw a little Niagara Falls storm. The storm down here heading towards, I believe, Brantford is starting to get going, but nothing looks too strong on it. Just taking a quick peek at southwestern Ontario first. Nothing too exciting yet. And there are storms heading towards St. Thomas that could be noisy, torrential rain, maybe some small hail. And there are some storms down here in Essex County, but they look just like little rain showers at the moment. I don't even see any lightning on them. Yes. And a storm west of Sarnia as well, and some stuff coming over Lake Huron. So we'll keep an eye on those. I'm going to go send a notification to our friends in Quebec. Give me 1 second here. I will do that really quickly.
While you're doing that, I want to highlight a comment I just saw. Paul says he's tried subscribing to Pro. However, the checkout page won't let him get past his address. Keeps saying I haven't entered all the fields, but I have. Wondering maybe if he emails us, we could help him out with that.
Help him walk through it or something like that. Yeah. Maybe we can do like a quick Zoom call or something where we can see your screen and just see if there's anything that you missed. But that's odd. It should work just fine. It's worked for everybody else. So yeah, Paul, send us an email. That's a good idea, Elena. Yeah, send us an email, help@instantweather.ca. Let us know that you're having problems with the checkout portal for Instant Weather Pro, and we'll try our best to walk through. Or maybe you can send us some screenshots. Like when it says you haven't filled all the fields, maybe scroll up and take screenshots and scroll down, take another screenshot, scroll down, and like paste those all to us in an email. And then we can look through it and see if we notice anything that was missed. But yeah, it should work. Maybe sometimes you have to put a space between your postal code. Maybe it's something like that. There's usually small things like that, which can help. But yeah, awesome. Let us know. Okay, so yes, I do want to send that notification to Quebec. Let me focus on that. And let me just do that really quick because that's a rotating supercell. That is definitely north of Wentworth, tracking to the northeast. Let me just see exactly which way it's going. Yes, definitely unorganized supercell right here, north of Wentworth. Let's see which way it's going here. Looks like it's moving slightly to the northeast. All right. Let me just do a polygon on that one, maybe to about here. And you can't see what I'm doing, but I'm creating a polygon over that storm. Here, I'll put it up on the screen so you can see. There we go. So I've created this polygon right here. I think that's probably pretty good. Maybe do that, because sometimes these storms, even though they're going northeast, will all of a sudden shift and start moving to the east. So I'm making that polygon a little bit big, but I think it's good. Okay, let me update that. Let's see how many folks you have. 36 in that area of Quebec. I'm impressed. Okay. Let's go. I think I'm going to go tornado potential with this particular storm. On the storm, on the storm north of Wentworth, Quebec, tracking to the east-northeast. And let's go with, actually, I'm going to dial that back. I'm going to dial back to rotation because right now it's just strong rotation, but it's not super duper crazy yet, but it's got a nice hook on it. So we've detected rotation. Rotation with the storm north of Wentworth, Quebec, tracking to the northeast. The time is 2:02. Let me replace these hashtags with the Quebec ones, QC storm and Meteo QC. And then click that and direct, and there we go. It looks good to me. I'm going to send that notification out to our friends in Quebec. Okay, so if you are just northeast of Ottawa in the Quebec area, you can see the areas that we're talking about here, heading towards Prevost? I can't pronounce anything. But anyways, moving to the northeast, and this is north of Montreal. You can see Montreal where my mess is there, and it's moving in that direction right now. So that is one, and we can actually see it on Instant Weather Pro. As soon as I create a polygon, you'll see it right here. There's my polygon. You can see it in orange at the moment right here around this storm. And then there's this other cell up here, which I think may need a notification, but maybe not just yet. No, it has weakened a bit, so we'll leave that one. But definitely this storm right here is looking pretty darn strong. Seeing some rotation there for sure. The storm's starting to hook. And then there's this storm too we were watching earlier, just leaving Ontario, but it's not as fancy yet. We'll let it build up here a bit before we go any deeper with that one. Strong winds east of Russell, 65, 67, 69 kilometers an hour. That's pretty darn strong. Let's see if this gets even higher. 71 near Maxville. And that's under severe thunderstorm watch. Really, that's not under a warning. Interesting. That might be worth a notification here because those are increasing in strength. Yeah, for sure. Heading towards Alexandria area as well. And what's going on right here? I'm hoping that's just noise because it says 121 kilometers an hour, but it's probably just noise. But I think I'm going to create a polygon for that as well too. Let's go do one for those folks in Eastern Ontario right now because I think that's worth a polygon, especially because it's not currently under a severe thunderstorm warning. So I want to give them a heads up that that storm is actually strengthening and heading towards the Alexandria area. Let's back up here and check that out again. Yeah, right there. And which direction is it going? To the northeast. Might just miss Alexandria, but it's heading up towards Vankleek Hill as well. Eastern Ontario, you've had a busy season. My goodness. My goodness. Let's see here. I think it's right about here. Okay, let me just swipe over and see. Yeah, it's that cluster right there. Yes, right here near St. Elmo, I believe. Yeah, right near St. Elmo and Maxville. Okay, and I think there's actually a tiny little bit of minor rotation there, but I'm gonna regret not putting it in. But I'm gonna go ahead and not put it in here. So let me go like that, and let's go like this, and like this. Nice big polygon from this because it's strengthening and it's moving in this direction. Maybe I'll dip this down a little bit. Something like that. I think so. Let me see. Yeah. All right. Nice big polygon there. Let's see how many folks are inside of that one. 389 folks inside that polygon. So let's go down to damaging wind potential, I'm going to say. Damaging wind potential, because it's not there yet, but it looks like it's definitely increasing. Damaging wind gusts are possible with this storm near Maxville. Tracking to the east-northeast towards, probably going to miss Alexandria, although I put them in the notification, Vankleek Hill. Towards Vankleek Hill. Towards the Vankleek Hill area. Yep. And you can't see what I'm doing. So why did I not? There we go. Okay. And let's see here. And the timing is 2:06. There we go. And let's send that notification now. Go back in there as well too. And that looks good to me. Okay. I'll do that for now. If that little hint of noise that kind of looks like rotation increases, then I will send a minor rotation notification there. But it's kind of right here near Maxville, and it's heading to the northeast near Aberdeen, Vankleek Hill, this area. It's kind of going in that direction. Pretty strong winds there. So, and you can see my polygon already on the map. Let's go take a look at it. There we are. There is the polygon.
I just wanted to bring up a super chat, Adam.
Oh, okay. Yeah, one sec. Let me. Oh, I don't have the stream up. One sec. There we go. Adam Millard says, sending a super chat, by the way. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. My wife loves and lives by your app. When we are at our cottage in Lakefield, if you would put your app on the U.S. store so I could get it, I'd support you even more. Thank you so much, Adam. Appreciate it. It will be coming to the U.S. App Store for sure. That is part
Also
of it.
mention, I believe you can like make an Apple ID account if you're on Apple for like a Canadian address. Because like I have a US Apple account, so I could download American apps.
Interesting.
So that's an idea.
And I think
you just
there's also a way to, if you have
account.
A lot of people when they sign up, they have signed up so that it's using the US app store, and then I think there's actually a way to switch to your account to Canada as well. So I think I know Teresa's talked about that as well too. Brennan, are you sure that Apple's terms of use allow you to randomly switch countries on your account, or are you just giving people random hacks?
I have 2 accounts.
I know.
Doesn't matter.
Does it or not? I don't know. You might
I've
want to
been
read Apple's
doing it
terms of
for
use
like
before
5 years.
That's great. Brennan's going straight to internet jail. So so I would check their terms of use before listening
Maybe
to Brennan's tips and tricks. Probably a good idea. But Oreo Cat says, "How about near
unethical tricks.
South unethical tricks?" Oreo Cat says, "How about near South Lancaster? Lots of lightning." That's a good question. South Lancaster. I think it's probably just a lightning risk. Again, I'm not seeing anything too crazy, but I will double check for you. South Lancaster. Let me double check here.
While you're pulling that up, there's an interesting comment on YouTube regarding Pro. It says it would be useful if we could put in a latitude, longitude into a screen that would be displayed as a dot or a cursor on the screen. Otherwise, we have to scroll internet to see place names.
It is there. It's right there. Oh, if you could display it as a dot or cursor on the screen. Like, it's there. Like, as I move around, you can see the lat long. It's being cut off, though.
I think maybe they mean like, oh, here is this exact spot.
But it is. Like, look.
I think what they're talking about is adding a different location to the map. Like, there's another app that I'm not going to name that lets you manually add locations to the map.
Yes, I know what you mean.
So you can have a different list.
I see. So you want to be able to put in manual locations that, and you could maybe even just plot in the lat long. I see. So let me just read it again because I might have gone too fast. It would be useful if we could put a lat long into a screen that would be displayed as a dot or cursor on the screen. Oh, I see. So you want to save locations, but display them as a dot on the screen. I see what you're saying. Okay, yes. So we do have already the location page, which often, when it's busy, it often doesn't work. We have to add a backup option to it. But yeah, so we have the locations page right here. And then what we could do is...
He's saying, I don't care where my cursor is, I care about where I am. Yeah, so like a dot that says here I am.
I see. Oh, your own location? Because that does exist as well. It's this button here. I have it disabled because I have my location services turned off in the browser, but this button here will actually put a blue dot on top of where you are. But maybe you're saying you want to save locations where you're not actually at this time, like you want to have a dot for your house is, or a dot for where your work is, or something like that. Yeah, that is definitely doable, and that's something we'll be working on. So appreciate your suggestion. Thank you kindly, Dan. That will definitely happen. Let's see here. Okay, where was I? Okay, so I put a rotation polygon here in Quebec. I did this one for strong winds that are looking even stronger now. If you look from the Quebec radar, 85 kilometers an hour, they're definitely getting to the severe level. Still under severe thunderstorm watch from Environment Canada, but I wouldn't be surprised if they upgraded that at some point. Dan says, okay, I will look at that. Thanks. Yes, sisters, nieces. Yes, I see. To save family members on the map. Yeah. I see what you're saying. Whoa. If you look at from Franktown, it's getting pretty strong as well, too. Glad I sent that polygon out for those in the path of that one, especially because there's currently no severe thunderstorm warning on that storm. So put damaging wind potential on that, and it looks like it's getting even stronger. So from the previous frame to now, it's definitely increasing in strength. Heading right towards, right now it's in Baltic's Corners, and it's heading to the northeast towards Laggan, Fassifern, Pine Grove, and this is in extreme eastern Ontario. Oreo Cat was asking about their location, and I believe it was down here, Lancaster. There we go. Yeah, it's just lightning, gusty winds, torrential rain, maybe a little bit of hail, but nothing too strong. The strong stuff by far is west of Alexandria at the moment, I would say.
Could you also cover Cornwall? Got a comment of someone who's visually impaired, so they can't actually look at the radar themselves.
Okay. I just looked at Cornwall a little bit ago. I didn't see anything spectacular. And currently it's just rain. Just some rain, maybe some lightning. Nothing much more than that. All good. Yeah, the only action right now is near Alexandria. Let's go take a look at this storm northeast of Belleville. Oh, hello. This looks like rotation here, but It's in a strange spot of the storm. It's on the west side of the storm. Maybe it could be merging. Aha! I think it is emerging. You can actually see the storm merging here. So you see this storm here is merging with this storm. You see it connect right now. See how it connected right there? And in between it is the signature that looks like it could be strong rotation. I mean, there's probably really strong winds in here. There's weird, like, random pixels that say 145 kilometers an hour. Those are probably false. 115, 145. I hope they're false. But just north of Larkins, northwest of Farrell Corners, south of Otter Creek, and this is in eastern Ontario, northeast of Belleville. That's a storm worth watching. It's kind of near Tweed. And, oh, you know what? It is kind of, when you look at the velocity, you can kind of see it trying to rotate. So let me go forward. Yeah, maybe there's a little minor rotation in there. And this is east of Tweed. Not west for our Madoc folks. You're fine. There is a thunderstorm over you, but that's not the one we're talking about. We're talking about this one near Larkins. It's actually tracking to the southeast. I thought it was tracking to the... It's actually tracking south. West? Why is this storm moving southwest? I see, because it's merging, so it's weird. The signature is going south. Okay. And that's under a severe thunderstorm watch, not a warning at the moment. We got to keep an eye on this storm. Kind of feel like there's some minor rotation there. Let me see a little higher up in the storm. Me. That was my technical term of me. When I was a music instructor, I taught some awesome kids, and I learned wonderful terms from them like meh. M-E-H. Very technical. Okay, so we did just get a radar update, and it's not as exciting. It looked good, decent here, and then it kind of is turning into meh. Still some very minor rotation there, Farrell's Corners area. I think U.S. radar is back up, and it's pretty close by. Let's take a look. Yeah, U.S. radar is kind of picking up on it. Right here. Not that exciting yet, though. Very minor, but there is a little bit of rotation there. Yeah, folks, if you're in that area, let me know to check back on that. So I want to check on that in a few minutes. We'll see. Northeast of Belleville, I believe it was. Yeah, northeast of Belleville. There's a little bit of a signature east of Tweed that I want to keep an eye on. Let's go back to the southwest here. Sorry if I'm moving the map around quickly. It's what I do. Can't help myself. While I move it, if it's bugging you, maybe close your eyes until I stop moving it, and then open your eyes. But how will you know? It'll be a guessing game for all of us. Laura says, hey, Adam, is Peterborough going to get? Is Peterborough going to get? Maybe what is Peterborough going to get? Rain, I think. Sim says Alexandria area, it's insanely loud and windy. Yeah, we sent a polygon. I don't know if you received it or not, but we sent a polygon. If you didn't receive a notification for that area, then you probably don't have our app. So you might want to download our free app. You can get it at instantweatherapp.com. That Niagara Falls storm looks pretty nasty right now. Yeah, you might want to download our free app. You can get it at instantweatherapp.com. And then you would have got a notification from me. Not yet. Well, do you have our app? Oh, you have our app. I don't think I notified the entire Alexandria area. This is the polygon here. So if you're in this area and you didn't, like, I notified all of Alexandria. Unless you live in extremely southeastern Alexandria. But if you didn't get that notification, you might want to, by the way, these winds are now way stronger. 93 kilometers an hour, 92. If you're in Laggan right now, Laggan, you need to take shelter with that storm. It looks pretty strong. Pretty strong. Ben says, polygon drink. Are you taking a drink every time I make a polygon? There's some live streams that I just make them nonstop, so you'll probably end up dying. So I would just maybe not do that. Oh, so just out of it. Ah, you're in Glen Norman. You're just outside of that. Yeah, well, you're not in the risk, so you're okay. I mean, there's some gusty winds there.
Even I don't make a drinking game out of it.
Out of polygons, that would be bad. That would be, yeah, that sounds fatal. Glen Norman. So if you're saying it's extremely windy in Glen Norman, look how windy it is right here in Lagan. This is downburst potential here. Tammy says we all got the notification. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Wow. Look at Speed says, I genuinely thought it was hail here in Niagara Falls, but the rain was just that large and heavy. A drop of it sounded like a hail against the window. Whoa. Miss Musk Oxen coming in with a super chat. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you kindly. Jess says, no polygon drinking games. Good call. Yeah, it's definitely a fatal idea. That would be a dark day. A dark day. Let's see here. Crystal says, we Thunder and St. Thomas high on some other team. Hi, Crystal. Thank you so much for the report. Appreciate it. Toxic says, is Fort Erie, Ontario going to get it bad? I don't think so. It looks like it's just, by the way, again, can I just touch on this again? If you're in Laggan, Laggan, if you're in Kirk Hill, if you're in Lochinvar, what are all these? I've never seen these names before. Basically, if you're near Vankleek Hill and south of it, there is some extremely strong winds coming your way. This is up from damaging wind potential. If this gets even stronger, it's already seriously strong. Our polygon's in place, but I'm probably going to do another polygon that gets even stronger because it looks really strong. So yeah, it looks super strong. I don't think Fort Erie is going to get that storm. The storm is up here in Niagara Falls right now, and it is some torrential rain, heavy duty, and there actually is a tiny little bit of hail in there as well. But that is a pretty nasty looking storm. Oh, you're only under a severe thunderstorm watch there right now? What? It's under a severe thunderstorm warning in the U.S. Oh, Loch is pronounced lock. Okay. Yeah, that storm is super strong over Niagara Falls, and it's under a severe thunderstorm warning in the U.S. right now. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, severe thunderstorm warning in the U.S. So, yeah. So there's that. Okay, well, Niagara needs a polygon. Niagara definitely needs a polygon. Let's see here.
Drink.
No. Drink.
Adam, I just realized that we haven't had any report or any alerts being posted on Twitter for the last hour, so I'm gonna probably take over that.
Ouch. Yeah, we maxed out our 50 a day. I can't believe it's down to 50 a day. What is it, like $100 a month to get it higher? And I've heard people that are...
I thought when you subscribed, you got extra.
No.
No, that's
you don't.
different.
You just have access to the API at all. But no, you don't get any extra. The one second, I'm doing a Niagara polygon right now. 1 second here. Yes. So what am I doing for this polygon? So I don't think it's... I'll say... what does the US alert say? Let's copy their details. Okay, I'm going to go severe and go heavy rainfall.
It's 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and nickel-sized hail.
Well, okay. I'm going to say heavy rainfall and wind. That's what I'm doing. A strong storm in Niagara is moving slowly to the east. That could bring hail, damaging wind gusts, and more importantly, flooding. If you come across flooding, this is already pre-baked into one of your old messages. If you come across flooding, please remember, turn around, don't drown, and exercise caution around bodies of water. Perfect, Brennan. That's great. It's at 2:22. And I'm going to send that notification right now. Boom. Done. Niagara's getting a notification. Okay. All right. So there's that. Okay, where was I? Oh, I want to take a look again. Let's take a look at St. Thomas. St. Thomas could see some hail. Oh, and there's some pretty strong wind gusts popping up, feeding that St. Thomas storm. That's something. See what it looks like from Cleveland. Cleveland has a little bit of minor rotation on it, actually. Just a bit. See what it looks like from Detroit. Interesting. Interesting. Not too interesting, but something. Is this under it's only under watch right now? Yeah, heading straight towards St. Thomas.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. The only warnings are in Eastern Ontario at the moment.
All right, another polygon. Rank. Let's see here. Okay, I'm gonna send a polygon to St. Thomas area. Let's go do that on the. Here we go. Let's bring up our custom update panel. This whole storm right here, it's looking pretty strong, heading towards Port Stanley and St. Thomas area. I'm gonna go ahead and maybe do this and maybe something like that, and say, there we go. Let's see how many folks are in that. 2,288 folks in the path of that one. I'm going to go to severe and say damaging wind potential again on this one. Potential damaging wind gusts are possible on this storm tracking to the southeast into St. Thomas and Port Stanley. There is also some minor rotation, but it's fairly weak at this point. I'm going to say 225. So it'll be that by the time I send this out. Oh, there's also a risk for hail and flooding. Get rid of all that. All right. Keep it simple. Perfect. 225, clickety, clickety, clackety, clack. And sending that right now to all the folks in the path of that one. Okay. Let's jump back to In Some Weather Pro. And we sent, if you're in St. Thomas and you got our notification, please let us know. All right. What's happening here? Sent our notification to Niagara. And we sent a notification. Let's see how these damaging winds are going. They have weakened a bit, so that's good. Yeah, they were super strong there. The next update, they got a little bit weaker, and now they're heading up towards St. Eugene. And 85 kilometers an hour. It's still pretty strong, but not super duper duper strong. I'm glad it made the polygon wide because they were going this way, right? And then the last second they turned this way. So this is why we make the unknown part of the polygon much wider than where the storm currently is. It's usually the case. T Cheeseman on TikTok said St. Thomas, got it here, got it. Thank you so much, appreciate it. Thank you kindly. Okay. Let's see here. All right, just poking around at storms is what we do. I haven't stood up for how many hours now? I haven't stood up for 2.5 hours now. Stretching as much as I can. Trying to stretch my feet, but there's a guitar amp in the way. Get out of my way. Marshall. What is it? A Marshall? I forget what that is. JCM 900 or something?
I thought you had a name for your guitar amp.
No, it's literally the brand Marshall. And it's dusty and underused. It needs love. I'll have to turn it on soon. Oh, I did want to check that storm northeast of Belleville. Speaking of which, Belleville looking northeast. That's a convenient report. Just now, Belleville looking northeast from anonymous participant. That's an interesting name. Let's see here. Go take a look at Belleville looking east, northeast. Yeah, it's not that exciting. Not that exciting on radar. There's little tiny hints of rotation, but nothing as strong as it looked for a minute there. There was that one frame that looked interesting, but yeah, not that exciting at the moment. But that's okay. That's a good thing. We don't want exciting. Some people want exciting. We don't. I mean, I don't. I want not exciting. Because exciting usually doesn't mean good things for people. It usually means that people are being affected by exciting storms. They're exciting to look at on radar. They're exciting to look at from a distance. But when you're inside of an exciting storm, it's not as exciting. I mean, it's exciting, but it's also, in some cases, horrifying. I've been there, done that. It's not fun. I'm sure many of you have as well. And that's why you're here on the stream, hanging out. The Mondo family says, Adam, serious question. Is it possible to make the Instant Weather app a little more voiceover accessible? Yes, there's a to-do list that would make most of you throw up of all the stuff we have to do for the app. And the thing is, it's not getting smaller, it's getting longer. And in there is to make the app more accessible. I'm not sure where on the list it is, but it's in there. But the list is disgustingly long. We're going to try to get to that as soon as we can. We actually are going to launch the app as a website fairly soon. And therefore, you'll be able to actually look at the Instant Weather app and the forecasts on your computer or on any device because it'll be a website, right? And then, in theory, the app will be available worldwide because it's a website, so anybody can access it. So, in that case, I think once it is a website, it'll actually become more accessible. So that'll be good. Caitlin says, Storm is in St. Thomas now. Thank you very much, Caitlin. Appreciate it. Miss Mux Oxen says, location service is on, but the Strathmore radar says Denver for the time zone. Oh. I think that's how your computer is set for time. You're probably in the same time zone as Denver, and then maybe that's what it's showing. It's probably how you have your computer set, I think. But we'll eventually make that more local for sure. But you're probably the same time zone as Denver, I think. Oh, that's so funny.
Sure. Let me look.
Brennan, I see what you posted. The first time National Weather Service has used meh in a forecast. For this wave remains meh, but it is a deeper tropospheric trough. They actually said MEH.
Maybe I need to start doing that. Meh.
It's probably not a good idea. Let's see here.
I just looked in Denver's in the same time zone. It's 12:30 there right now, so 2 hours behind.
Yeah.
Alberta.
So Denver's in the same time zone as Strathmore. That's right. It was funny when I taught those students, I found meh to be funny. I'd be like, "Hey, do you want to learn this song today?" And they'd be like, "Me." And I was like, "Oh, that's funny." And then, but the parents drove them nuts. The parents are like, "Don't use that word." They're like so mad at them using meh because I'm sure they're like, "It's time to brush your teeth." They're like, "Me." Let's go take a look at Quebec. Quebec looks like it's still cooking pretty good. Maybe not as strong. I saw some posts on Twitter, but maybe that was from the earlier rotation signatures. The winds are still going pretty strong as they just exit Ontario near St. Eugene. East of Van Leek Hill, looking pretty strong there. Looks like it's still, I can't believe it's still raining in Ottawa. It's like still going. Is the flooding getting worse? I'm assuming the flooding's getting worse.
Yeah,
chances
like,
are.
I would imagine because it's just like pumping rainfall all the way up there constantly.
I mean, it's yellow and orange, so it's not as heavy. It's like 40 dBz is still pretty heavy rain.
Yeah, but if you animate it, it's like a long line of storms. Like there's so much more to come.
And there's more precipitation to come. So yeah, pretty significant flooding event, most likely in Ottawa. We've already seen significant flooding in Ottawa with cars like basically submerged, and there's still a boatload of rain happening here. So that's not great. It's not a great thing. Here's a photo which looks like it's from the passenger seat, but it kind of doesn't look like it's from the passenger seat. Danielle Turner heading west towards St. Thomas, looking like doomsday. That report is questionable because I can see on the bottom left side, it looks like that's actually from the driver's side. And then if you look at the position of the camera from the road, it looks like they're really close to the center line. I have a feeling that's from the driver. I think that's reports from the driver. Let's get a consensus here. Connor Mockett is reporting 120 millimeters in Ottawa. Oof, that's not good. Dean says my swimming pool is overflowing. Eek. Doug says cars, not cats. Did I say cats? Oh, Doug says cats are underwater, and then said cars, not cats. I hope not cats. They're not great swimmers. Let's see here. I don't know. Could be a passenger reaching over the driver's side, given the benefit of the doubt here. Looks like passenger to me, says Gobbs. Maybe. Angry skies over Welland, Sean Walton posted on Ontario Storm Reports. I see a lot of play buttons. I think once it refreshes, it'll show us previews of them again. Oh, I see a little time lapse. You can tell it's a time lapse because the people are moving around like super fast. But whoa. Yeah, those guys are wild. I mean, I know it's all time lapse, but a lot of crazy motion in those clouds. That's a lot of time lapse. Randomly, Tammy says, don't declaw. I agree. Just get things that they can't tear apart. Let's see here. Ben, you want to cool it with the comments about Belleville? Please. You probably live in Belleville, but still. Can you be nice? Shelby says, song time? Snacks time? Maybe. Kalina says, I've posted a bunch of pictures in a thread in Ontario Storm Reports. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. A good carpet, says Tammy. Or hardwood floors. Actually works too. Good too. Lots of lightning up in the Sudbury area. Nothing too exciting up there on radar, though. Let's just take a peek around. Is there anything going on in... There was that severe thunderstorm watch in Alberta. Let's go take a quick stroll around the country here. Nothing too exciting yet. Could get interesting later, though. Severe thunderstorm watch in southeastern Alberta at the moment. Is that happening right now? There's a severe thunderstorm warning way up here. Oh, there actually is a little bit of rotation. This is in the middle of nowhere. Is there even a town? Whoa. Can anybody pronounce that? SESITINIKASTIKW. Can somebody phonetically spell that out for me, please? Jeff says, the kids ever call you... Alana even says no. Jeff says, the kids ever call you bruh? Yeah, all the time. My son, on my birthday card, I think he said, you're the best bruh ever. St. Thomas Legion asked if there's an update for their area. Yeah, we posted a notification for St. Thomas. It's pretty strong. Doug says, yeah, it's pronounced, and then wrote the word out. Anybody? If you're in Sesatinikastikwa, there's a rotating storm east of you. Where is this? What province is this? This is Quebec. Yeah, this is extreme northwestern Quebec. Otherwise known as the middle of nowhere up here. This is referred to, I believe. That's the technical name for it. Random rotating storm way up there near... Oh, there's a lake. Lake Mattagami. Okay, so if you're north of Mattagami, there is a rotating storm up there. Which way is it going? This is the test. I'm going to make a polygon for the storm. If there is even one single person in here, I'm going to be shocked. I will be shocked. Let's see. What radar is this? Is this Valdor? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. All right. I'm making this is going to be the ultimate test for how randomly we have people in the middle of nowhere. Let's check it out. This is the ultimate test. My guess, make your guesses in the comments. Will there be 0 people, or will there be more than 0 people? Those are your
You're
two
giving
options.
people
0
too
people.
much time to go add it to their app.
Oh no. See, Brendan, you're telling people to do that though. It's not helping. Okay, 1 second here. I better go quick. Oh man, I'm gonna go faster than they can add it to the app. You know they're gonna though. Okay, where is it? Right up here. I found it. I got it. Okay, which way is it going? It's going east. It's like going nowhere. It's going kind of northeast. Okay, let's see. Oh man, don't add it to your app. We want to see. Oh, can anyone pronounce this? Oh man, this is also difficult. Oh, you can't see it. What I'm doing. Here we go. KAPIMHYAMAKACH. And then there's a different version of it below. Anyways, okay. Oh my goodness. Can we have anybody? Here we go. And the answer is 0. 0. So I guess I'm not even sending this notification. It doesn't even want to post it to the Quebec page. Send to nobody. It says here, send to nobody. Thanks to my wonderful brother who programmed that. Send to nobody. Thanks, Jesse. Appreciate it. Okay. So that, yeah, I'm not sending out that polygon. But there is a little bit of rotation and extremely rural. Send to nobody. Send it, says Doug. Who am I sending it to? Nobody could add it to the app in time. Haha. Yeah, that's okay. We found a spot, and then we can do notification tests up there. That's a good spot to do notification tests, because we were trying to find spots to do notification tests before, and we couldn't find a spot. It took forever. Okay, the rotation in Quebec has weakened, which is good. That rotation northeast of Wentworth? Sorry, northeast of Wentworth. That has actually weakened, so I'm gonna kill that from the app. 1 sec. I'm glad I just went rotation detected and not tornado potential on that one, because that one did weaken. And this one with the winds, still going pretty strong. Yeah, they've increased again. Just as they're exiting Ontario into Quebec, they have increased again up to 91.08 kilometers per hour. So still seeing some pretty strong winds there, just about to exit Ontario into Quebec. And Quebec is under severe thunderstorm warning. Good. Okay. Good. All right. So that's good. Let's see. Northeast of Belleville, still looking somewhat interesting. Not really. Let's see what it looks like from US radar. Meh. That's right. I'm using meh now on the stream. St. Thomas.
Look at the banner on the stream.
Uh-oh. This is worrisome. Trekking meh storms in southern Ontario.
I've had that for like the last 10 minutes. No one's noticed.
Oh, I saw a comment that says, "What is meh storms?" And then I was like, I just thought that was randomly about what we were talking about, but nope. Oh wow, that Niagara storm is actually somehow moving south. Never mind. Fort Erie is going to see it. Yeah, Fort Erie will see that storm. I'm going to go do a polygon for that area, because it looked like it was moving east, but now it's moving not east, moving southeast. All right. Niagara, or Fort Erie, you get a new polygon. Because I think it's still, let's see. By the way, really strong winds down by Port Stanley. Looks like St. Thomas may have missed the worst of it, which is good. Yeah, the worst of it definitely missed St. Thomas. Yeah, the strongest winds are definitely in, still super thunderstorm watch. The strongest winds are definitely in but like northeast of Buffalo, but there's It's probably a flooding risk with a storm down towards Fort Erie. So I'm going to do a new polygon. Welland down to kind of Port Colborne area over to Fort Erie and back up. So it looks like, let me move that over slightly. Actually, just do this. There. Adjusting my polygons. Polygon time. Okay. Let's do sphere and heavy rainfall. Heavy rainfall detected. Storm within Brennan's wording here. Storm within the storm tracking southeast towards Fort Erie. The Fort Erie region has the potential to produce heavy rainfall in a short period of time, which could result in flash flooding. Result in isolated flooding. Strong wind gusts, hail, and frequent lightning strikes. If you come across flooding, remember to turn around, don't drown, blah, 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 blah. Okay, looks good. And the timing is 2:44. There we go. Clickety, clickety. 1,283 people in the path of that one are going to get this notification now. Okay, back doing some other pro. We haven't looked at any of these storms in 3D, by the way. We should probably look at that Niagara one because it looks pretty interesting. And the St. Thomas one, for sure, also looks pretty interesting on radar. Port Stanley seen some strong winds. What else is happening here? Ooh, I have crackers. Give me just one sec. And I'm back. Okay. Let's see here. Yeah, I kind of want to take a look at that storm in 3D. I'm going to jump back into the comments here. Hopefully Brennan's taking off the meh part. Brennan, you want to kill that meh thing? Mike says, getting sunny here again in St. Thomas. Awesome. Yeah, it's these streams we get a little too silly. Ryan says, hey, Adam, can you tell us the story of why you wanted to start this? I believe you mentioned you were hit by an EF1 tornado. I think I'm going to play the video. I think we still have the video added to StreamYard here somewhere. I'll play the video because it can tell the story faster and more concise than I can. Meet the team. All right. Video time. Enjoy. We help keep families safe by providing the fastest issued alerts about tornadoes and severe weather through Facebook, through social media, and as well through our text message alert service. I was storm chasing for quite a few years, and then unfortunately I almost died when a 7,500 square foot roof was torn off and thrown at my vehicle.
The people that were in the barn, they had no idea that there was even bad weather. So we ended up deciding at that point, we're just gonna bring the information that chasers know to the public.
So to be able to provide proactive advanced notification to tornadoes is something super important to myself, to my family.
So being able to understand what storms are headed our way, when they're gonna be here, when they're gonna be gone, it's absolutely critical.
The more advanced notification you can have to severe weather, the more time you have to get your family to a safe place. See? That's faster than I can say. I believe I was 12 years old when that video was taken. roughly 12. I just turned 40, so we've been around for a while. Let's see here. Extra meh. Brennan. Extra meh.
Boring right now.
Dundalk
I'm
Graham
trying to have
says,
fun.
I know. That's okay. It's all good. Dundalk Graham says, who is the young guy? I think that was me in the video.
It was a
Pretty
paid
sure I was
child
the-
actor.
Yeah. A paid child actor. That's right. We treated them well, though. Let's see here. Miss Musk Oxen says that she's excited that Environment Canada is working on the Polygon system. Yeah, they're working on doing storm-based alerts, which is very exciting. So we've learned some more information about that as well too. I actually had a couple meetings with the team to talk about it, and it's supposedly coming next year. That's the idea, or at least be in a testing phase next year publicly. That's what they're trying to do. They've been testing it internally this year, and they're trying to get it out publicly next year. So that's really exciting. Selena says, sends in a super chat. Thanks so much. How's it looking for Belleville? Let's go look at Belleville. Looking pretty boring. Some rain. I don't even see any lightning, but maybe there's some lightning nearby. There's this little pixel of random noise here that you can tell this is noise because it's like, oh, there's 43 kilometers an hour, 41, 47, 55, 149. Like, yeah, this is noise. So, and especially because it's not even underneath a storm, it's like in the middle of nowhere. So if you are using Instant Weather Pro, you can track those, details, and it's always good to compare to different radar stations, compare to the U.S. radar stations, compare to the Canadian ones that are beside it. And right now, Belleville looks pretty boring. So yeah, Belleville looks good. Just some rain. You're all good. Maybe some gusty winds. I think you're still under a severe thunderstorm watch at the moment. I don't know how long that's going to last, especially for Eastern Ontario. I got a feeling it's not going to last that long. Brendan has updated it too, tracking semi-interesting storms. I like that. That's better. Still seeing the really strong winds now. Oh, they're getting stronger again. 101.8 kilometers an hour. Just leaving Ontario, heading towards Apple Hill, or through Apple Hill, Quebec, Saint Hermas, heading up towards Blainville area. And yeah, they cooked it up a notch again. Under severe thunderstorm warning there, but probably a good idea to send out our own polygon on that one, because that is looking pretty darn strong. So I'm going to get rid of this polygon. I'm going to put a new one in here. Give me 1 second. Shell says, thanks so much for all you and your team do for Canada. You're very welcome. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Paid actor says, Alicia. Jess says, I was laughing way too hard at the Met, waiting for Adam to finally see it. So fun. Don't encourage him. He's already giving people tips against Apple's terms of use here. That one is, yeah, you can say mail you want, but stuff like that,
giving
please no.
unethical life hacks. Yeah,
you can go ahead and do that on your own anonymous TikTok account if you'd like. Let's see here. Just looking through emails. I got emails over there. Oh, thanks for responding to Jeff there, Brent. Appreciate it. Cool. All right. So, McQuack says, everyone encourage Brennan. Kendra says, man, it made my day.
They encourage me. I encourage them.
That's great. You're all very encouraging. Just trying to make steam come out of my ears. Okay. Bonnie says, let's face it, if Adam was clean shaven, he'd be carded. No, seriously. It happens. The only time I don't get carded is when I have, like, whatever this is. But when Doug says Team Brennan. But when I shave, it's like, can I see some ID, please? And I'm like, I'm 40.
I'm carded more than 50% of the time. I'm in my early 30s. So
I could see that.
I'm the youngest one here, and I barely get carded.
'cause you're there all the time. They know.
Brendan, you're also like 6'2" or 6'3", aren't you?
Exposing me.
You're pretty tall, so I think that probably
You're
helps.
there
Let's see
all the
here.
time.
Yeah, and I'm 5 foot flat, so I look like a child.
Yeah, I was gonna say Alana is very, very small. So yeah, I can see why they card you. Let's see here. Yeah, these are some pretty strong wins. Okay, I'm gonna send a new polygon to go back here. 1 sec. Polygon, drank. Okay, so I get the drank thing from that Black Eyed Keys song. Wait, oh no, Black Eyed Peas. I always do that. Black Eyed Keys. By the way, I love the Black Keys, but the Black Eyed Peas song is good too. Well, actually, no, it's not. The first part of it's good, but then it gets awful. I got a feeling. That part's good. Ooh, looks like some pretty strong 10-meter wind gusts there, Brennan, showing up on. I think it's the Her, for later on Moose Jaw area, Saskatchewan. What did you do for a Saskatchewan map? Did you go slight?
I didn't see anything when I was looking at models last night.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it looks like there's a big cluster of pretty strong wind gusts now.
Models have been weird out there.
Models have been weird everywhere. It's been a weird time. It's very difficult. The models are not agreeing with each other. Makes it extremely difficult to do anything with forecasting. It's been rough, so kudos to Brennan for all his efforts on trying to make sense of all this crazy data that he has to deal with here. All right, let me see if I can... Oh, what's that? Tornado warning. Whoa. Tornado warning in the in Quebec. Right where I was about to make this polygon. They put a tornado warning on this cell? Like, I don't see rotation. I just see extremely strong winds, but maybe they're being super proactive. But yeah, tornado warning in Quebec. Just... Wow. All right, well, so much for me making a polygon. I don't really need to make a polygon. Everyone just got a tornado warning, so they're going to be paying attention to that storm. Wow, that's really super proactive by the Quebec office. Oh yeah, here, look at this latest update. 104, heading towards, if you're in Quebec, if you're in Mirabel, Belle Riviere, if you're west of Blainville, it looks like it's kind of heading up towards western Blainville. But yeah, tornado warning right now in Quebec. Well, there goes my polygon. I was going to say damaging wind gusts. I don't see any rotation on it. I just see extremely strong damaging wind gusts, but hey. Proactive is proactive. It's good. 104 kilometer an hour wind gusts. So I'm not going to go with meh, but let's see here. I'm going to get rid of the St. Thomas Port Stanley one. I'm going to get rid of the Niagara one because we kind of highlighted the Fort Erie area as well. The Vankleek Hill one I'm getting rid of, and maybe somebody reported a funnel cloud on that one. It's possible. I wonder why.
What about other tilts?
Yeah, but okay.
Because that's awfully close to the radar, so I wonder if they might be something a little higher.
Yeah, it's just looks like a downburst in every tilt. I mean, a downburst is just as dangerous as a low end tornado. So 104 kilometers an hour. So if you're in Mirabel area, you need to take shelter immediately with that storm. The storm is super dangerous. I mean, I don't know. There could be an argument, and I know I'm probably gonna get some flack for this one, but there could be an argument that when damaging winds are at a certain level, you see what I'm getting at, like.
If they put it at, I think it's 130 kilometers an hour, it will go through the alert ready system if it's severe thunderstorm.
That's true. Now that you're right, now that has happened, then I think it's worth. I think it's just good to like send out the like super super severe thunderstorm warning.
Oh, Ryan says tornado warning because of funnel cloud spotted.
I wonder who spotted it because I bet you Quebec Vortex is on that right now. I have a feeling they are. They're always on those.
I did scroll through QC Storm and I didn't see anything.
I bet you Quebec Vortex probably phoned it into them. That's my guess. Or they got it, or someone just reported it. But it's got insanely strong wind signature, so Yeah, because I couldn't see them tornado warning this based on radar, just because there's no rotation here. It's all just insanely strong wind gusts. But yeah, if they saw that signature and then somebody reported a funnel cloud, then that kind of makes sense. But yeah, tornado warning for Mirabel. If you're in Mirabel, take shelter right now. I'm like, just based on radar and all the radar stuff we've done, I don't think that's a tornado, but that could very well be a very strong downburst.
I mean,
A
it
funnel
could be
cloud has
just
been
as strong as a tornado.
Oh, it's certainly just as strong as a tornado. A funnel cloud has been spotted north of Mirabel, it says. I don't know if maybe in here, in this notch here, but I don't know. I'm just not seeing it radar-wise. Oh well, doesn't matter. If you're in Mirabel, take shelter immediately, because that thing looks super-duper strong, so. All right, let's see here. Gotta go check on Niagara, see if it's still heading towards Fort Erie, which I'm assuming it is. So Dev right now is working on loading US radar much faster. It should load much faster than it does. It should be instantaneous, especially when we're currently processing a radar station. Like, it should be like just as fast as the Canadian radars. So Dev is doing some work right now on improving US radar even more so. Like, right now it's really good. It loads really well, but yeah, we want to make it even better, and we want to make the animation better, because the animation's kind of choppy sometimes, or sometimes it like doesn't load the animation. It's a pain in the butt. So yeah, Dev's doing a lot of work on the US side of things. And then we're going to add US alerts, and then we're going to launch probably stateside, because there's a lot of storm spotters that want to use Instant Weather Pro, but the US stuff has to be rock solid first before they're going to jump on. So definitely want to make that accessible to them, which is good. And then, of course, we use US radar all the time, so it's really important for us as well, too, because like right now we're tracking the storm near Belleville with US radar. So yeah, it's really important that it works. Excellent for us. Excellent for those folks in the States that follow us as well too. And yeah, and that will be a great improvement. And then there's a lot more to do. Another member of our dev team is working on the organization of the polygons, so that the tornado warning will always be on top. You know, that kind of stuff. The tornado warning is always on top of the other polygons. Those types of improvements. So that is important. In this
Yeah,
particular
that would
case,
be
it
helpful.
worked out fine. It is helpful. I mean, right now it's like
There
when a
should
tornado
be
warning
a
is there, you can
fill
see it.
too.
Yeah, but there's
So
this
it's
kind of
like
stuff
easier
too,
to
where
spot.
like there's this kind of stuff too, where it's like red here,
Yeah.
but then it like goes under the yellow, so it creates an orange, like where it's kind of blending. I don't know why there shouldn't be an alpha between the two. Like the one on top should be rock solid. Like it shouldn't have an alpha. You know what I mean? Like it shouldn't have transparency. So yeah, we'll definitely improve that. And you know what I also think would be good too, is if warnings were thicker. Right? So like watches could be nice and thin like this, and then the warning polygon comes in thicker. I think that would actually be
I think
beneficial.
watches should just be a fill, like no outline with them.
Actually,
like
we're
a
gonna make
light
it a
fill.
straight. No, we're gonna make it a straight outline, and that's it. So instead of it being every little sub polygon, all these little sub polygon regions, it's just gonna be
Good
the
point.
outline of that, right? We have the algorithm for that, so we already know how to do it. It's just it's a matter of where in the list of things to do it's gonna be. So, but we know how to do it, so it's good. We've got it. So Cornwall's getting a storm, probably. You're already getting some rain, but there's a thunderstorm kind of heading your way. Actually, it might miss you to the north. We'll see. You might get some lightning and some thunder. We'll see.
We got
Kingston's
a
probably gonna
comment on in regards to American radar. I just highlighted it here.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Adam, speaking of U.S. radar, KMUX San Francisco radar does not appear on IW Pro. Instead, there is some radar that says PGUA that doesn't work. Huh. KMUX? Let me Google it here 1 second. KMUX. I thought we had all the American radars there. KMUX. Interesting. KMUX? Did you zoom way in? Where is it exactly? Santa Cruz?
San Francisco.
PJUA, I just looked it up. That's in Guam.
Yeah, PJUA is in Guam. Oh, maybe it's possible oh.
Yeah, see, that should be
Oh,
KMUX.
that should be, you're right. Oh, I see. Yeah, okay, maybe that was my mistake. I went through them all like by hand. Oh, I bet you if we go down here, we'll find it.
No, that's Hawaii.
No, it's not. Oh, that's Hawaii, sorry.
Yeah.
Oops.
Guam's
Where's
the other
Guam?
way.
Way down here? Where's Guam?
Further over.
Is it down here?
It's over by Hawaii.
Oh, right,
Oh, it
right.
is
Yeah,
over by
sorry. I'm
Hawaii.
thinking
Saw
Puerto
it.
Rico.
Ugh.
Closer to China.
Oh, maybe this?
Yeah, there's
Yes.
Guam right there.
Oh, but that's the PGUA one, right?
Yes, that's proper.
So why would that be over in San Francisco? Oh, that's cool. Oh, thanks for letting us know that. I'll definitely get that improved. Yeah, I just need to update the file on that one. I don't know how that slipped. I might have just labeled it wrong. I might have copied the one over. Like I went through all these by hand, hours and hours and hours and hours. I might have copied the one over and then forgot to change that name. So, yeah. And that's supposed to be KMUX? Okay, that's good to know. All right, I'll keep that up on my screen and fix that. Thank you for letting us know. Appreciate it. There's a lot of radar stations. They cluster like crazy when we zoom out. You can always turn them off here. Ah, that's better. So there's all the polygons in Canada. You can see the tornado warning way down here. Right there. Cool. All right, so yeah, again, it looks pretty darn strong in Quebec. Ooh, what's going on here near Greater Napanee? Probably nothing. Some very, very weak minor rotation here. But probably nothing. Let's see. Let me back it up here. Yeah. Whatever happened to our southwestern Ontario storms? Are they kicking? Anything going on down there? There's the St. Thomas one, which was decent. There's these storms coming across the water, which don't look great. There are storms now northwest of Windsor. And west of Windsor as well. Let's see if TDTW works. My trick is switch to tilt 2. So switch to tilt 2 on reflectivity and switch to tilt 2 on velocity, and then click on a TD station. Let's see what happens. Dun, 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 ba-da-ba-bum-bum-bum-bum. It worked. All right. Cool. Oh, we still need to adjust the positioning of it, though. As you can see, this is actually the center of the radar here. That center needs to move. This is the right location. This is the right location here. So the data of this radar station has the wrong position. What are the odds of that? And it's happened to a few stations. This is actually where the radar station is. This is where the data says the radar is. So we actually have to force the data to be centered here, even though the data itself says, no, it's supposed to be here. And no, it's not supposed to be there. It's supposed to be here. Right here. And you can see the road that goes to it right here. This is the road. Sherwood Road goes to the TDTW station. And this is the little center, exactly where the radar is. So this is the right location. Anyways, these things happen. Mistakes happen, but that's okay. We can fix them. They're not our mistakes. Or this one's not. The KMUX one for sure is. But this one's definitely not our mistake. But we'll fix that. So we're going to make sure that all the radar's in a perfect spot. Let's see here. Mondo family says, Elena, may you ask Adam to describe what the polygons and radar maps look like, please? What do they look like?
This was the one earlier that I mentioned was visually impaired.
Visually impaired. No, I know. I'm just trying to figure out how to describe it. So I'm going to close my eyes and describe it. So it's flat. So it's a 2D map looking from bird's eye view. So it's flat. We have a dark background with it. And then the polygons are colorful. And they basically highlight where the storms are and where they're heading for the most part. That will be improved for sure on Environment Canada side. Right now they're using county-based warnings, which are much larger than the storm and are not helping, but they'll get much better once they do storm-based polygons. That'll be very helpful because then it'll just be exactly where the storm is and exactly where the storm is heading. So that'll be a huge improvement. But yeah, so they're colorful. They kind of try to highlight where the storms are, and the radar icons are like round, and they're kind of small where the center of the radar. And actually, the radars scan themselves in a big round pattern, so it's a giant circle how they scan. Yeah, and that's as best as I could describe it as I closed my eyes and tried to think of how to describe it properly. But yeah, thank you, Shelly. Appreciate it. Just started pouring in Fort Erie at 3:06, says Shelly. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Montreal severe thunderstorm warning, says Lisa. Thank you. Whoa. Maryville Road and Colonnade Road is completely flooded. Waist deep under the bridge. 5 vehicles pulled out by police and tow trucks. Complete gridlock everywhere around. Avoid the area. Ouch. And I believe that is in Ottawa.
Yeah, that's Ottawa.
That's Ottawa for sure, yeah. That sounds horrifying. Chrissy says, nice job, Adam. Thank you so much. Just trying to close my eyes and think how to describe it. It's tricky. Oh, Mondo Fam says, thank you so much. You described it in a very good way. Really appreciate it. Adam means a lot to me. No problem. I'm glad I can help. I realized when I said it was a dark color and then the other ones were colorful. I'm not sure how that relates to you, but hopefully you can imagine what that's like. And hopefully in time, there's going to be some cool improvements to visually impaired. I've seen some really interesting technologies with like Neuralink, and there's other stuff coming as well too that could potentially return your vision to you, which would be insane. So that would be super cool. So the future looks bright as far as medical advancements are concerned. So I'm excited about that kind of stuff. I think that's great. So that would be cool. I can't even imagine all of a sudden going from not being able to see to being able to see would be pretty wild. So yeah, I think that'd be interesting. So, all right. Lots of flooding. Looks like flooding risk ends up being the main story for today. Again, there is that tornado warning. Oh, did they drop the tornado warning? They dropped it, but the wind gusts are even. Oh yeah, but even stronger. 114 kilometers an hour. So they dropped the tornado warning, and now the wind gusts are insanely stronger. Okay, all right, that's it. Time for a polygon. I wasn't gonna do a polygon because they had the. Whoa, Logger John says power out in Perth and major damage everywhere. Some roofs missing in Perth? What? I mean, was there anything strong on radar? I don't remember anything too crazy on radar. Oh, there was that really strong wind signature earlier. What time did this happen, Logger John? Can you let us know? Smith says sounds like Barhaven got hit really bad. Again? Are you sure you're not looking at old reports? Jay says Adam's sound effects are the best part of the stream, other than Brennan's shenanigans, of course. Yeah, let us know. I hope everybody's okay. Just as I'm saying, flooding is the star of the show today. Then we hear about roofs off in Perth, and someone else said Barhaven got hit really hard. But are you sure that wasn't from a previous event? I know there's a pretty strong storm that went through there, but. Oh, with the flooding. Oh, okay. Barhaven got hit with the flooding. Okay, sorry. I thought you meant like hit with wind damage. Secret sneaky storms hiding from Adam's polygon, says Quiet Streams on YouTube. Maryvale, Barhaven, and Centerpoint are flooded. My goodness, could Barhaven catch a break this year? That would be great. Crazy. Yeah, I want to do that polygon for Quebec here quickly. Maisie says flooding all across Ottawa today. It's crazy. Yeah, it's just like non-stop water there. That's not good. Hope everybody's staying safe. Does not look good. Where did that report go? Logger John 01 on YouTube. Can you please give us some more details? Do you have any photos, or is anybody else here in Perth? Can you let us know if you experienced that as well too? Wow, those damaging winds are crazy. Fawn says, I live in Barhaven, a block from last tornado, and yes, flooding. 2 main roads to get into Barhaven are flooded. That's not good. Yeah, Sarah says, Mother Nature does not like poor Barhaven this summer. Sure does not. Sure does not. Okay, I'm going to... areas north of Mirabel in Quebec, the winds are insane. This is likely a downburst. It looks super, super duper strong. I mean, winds are like 111 kilometers an hour. Ryan says 1:16 p.m. to 1:26 p.m. on Perth radar. We can go back to that. I don't talk about this a lot, but on Instant Weather Pro, you have historical radar. So if you just click this little... you can't see it, but if you click the little... Here, you can see it. Hold on, I can switch to this so you can see it. If you click... If I move my head in my chair, you can see that there's a calendar at the bottom right here. Right here. Hold on a second. There's a calendar here. If you click it, it brings up this, and then we can go back and look at 1:16 p.m. Okay, so let's go to like 1:20, and let's go to Perth. I don't see anything. Oh, I'm on different tilt here. Let's go back to tilt 1. Let's try 1:30, and let's go back. I'm not seeing anything exciting. I don't know what you're catching there, Ryan. And if you want to get out of historical mode, you just click the little X here, and then you go back to the current radar. So yeah, we have historical Canadian data back to 2021, and we have historical U.S. radar data back to like 1993, I think, or something. Goes pretty far. Yes. Let me just jump back to the zoomed-in version here. And again, if you want to subscribe to Instant Weather Pro, you can do so at instantweatherpro.com. Huge thank you to all those who have done that. Appreciate it. Wow, Brennan, that's crazy. Whoa, that is crazy. Google picked us up. And now we're getting...
Yeah, it seems to be happening with every forecast now. And it's like way more than what Facebook ever gives us.
Wow, Google picked us up and is like displaying Brennan's forecast like on the front page of Google, and now our Google reach is insane, like insane. Wow, that's crazy. Thanks, Google. All right, let's see here. Canadian Timbit says, Instant Weather Pro gives us access to this map /radar. Yep, this is Instant Weather Pro right here. This is what we're using for Instant Weather Pro. Again, I'll do the full version of it again so you can see. This is actually what it looks like here. So let me go full screen so you can see. There we go. So yeah, that's it right there. So this is Instant Weather Pro. You can tilt the screen like so. Pretty cool. You can actually rotate as well too, which is cool. Any way you'd like. You can zoom right into street level, like literally street level, like right down to buildings. It's insane. You can go every single individual pixel, and you can get the readout at the top of the screen for every single pixel of radar, which is perfectly placed. We've done a lot of work with Canadian radar to make sure it's perfectly placed. You can adjust up to 50 frames of radar. You can go from swiping between two products like this, which is the first Pro Radar app that's ever been able to do that. You can also switch over to dual mode, where you can just see, velocity. You can see wind radar on the right, and you can see rain or reflectivity on the left side, which is useful. You can switch between all the different products. You can switch between animation speeds, really easy by just kind of clicking this a bunch of times to switch between the speeds. And yeah. And we have, of course, our custom polygons on here. We have Environment Canada's alert polygons in here as well, too. We've got lightning data. We've got U.S. radars. We've got a whole lot of great stuff, and there's a lot more coming. Malcolm says, Instant Weather Pro is awesome. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Canadian Timbit says, that is so cool. Thanks so much. Caster plays? Caster plays. Anyways, I think it's Caster plays. I'm probably pronouncing it wrong, but... Caser Place says, how is Ottawa Gatineau? Wet. It's flooding. It's not great. That's basically what's happening for you right now. Sarah says, does Instant Weather Pro also show the 3D map? We're going to do some we can do some basic 3D stuff on Instant Weather Pro, but it's a website. Whereas if you're thinking of the 3D Weatherverse, that is done inside of Unreal Engine 5. So that's a completely separate program. It's actually a completely separate company. We just launched Weatherverse Inc. So we've launched we partnered with Geosynergy in Australia, and together we've created a new company called Weatherverse Inc. And that is for the 3D Weatherverse. So that's a separate product, and it will be actually launching in beta test over the next few weeks. So we're really super excited about that. I haven't shown off anything in 3D during the live stream here, so I should probably do that here. 1 second. I'll show off a little bit of the 3D Weatherverse right now. Give me a second. Give me a moment. Okay, let's show off the 3D Weatherverse. 1 second here. All right, let's jump over to it. Should pop up soon. Anytime now. There we go. Cool. All right, so here's the 3D Weatherverse. So let's zoom out, and let's switch to turn off the severe probabilities, just so we can clean up the screen a little bit. And this is the whole Earth, which is pretty cool. So yeah, you can zoom. You can literally fly around the entire Earth, which is awesome. And we can change the time as well too, so we can adjust like where the sun position is, which is pretty cool, like that, which is pretty awesome. That's fun to do. Okay, -1. So let's go zoom in and let's take a look at some of the storms in maybe the Niagara region as well. Give me just a second here. I'll just fly down. Maybe that St. Thomas one would be a cool one. I'm going to go take a look at so we're going to load KBuff. So you can fly right in here into KBuff, add latest radar, hide, and then let's see what it launches here. And if I click that and I go set world origin and hide, let me again get rid of the severe probability. Okay. And let's go zoom in on these 3D simulated storms. So we're actually using real radar data to simulate these storms in real time, which is pretty cool. And yeah, you'll be able to storm chase these storms in real time. We're actually smoothing out the roads, which is going to be awesome. And you'll be able to and we're going to be spawning, not right away, but you'll actually be able to do it in the beta test. You'll be able to actually spawn simulated tornadoes right below storms. But we're actually going to try to do that automatically, which is going to be sweet. And let's just adjust the timing here. Let's go to, so this is real radar data. We have real lightning data, and the wind data is actually powering the motion of the storms, which is pretty cool. You can actually see that happening all in real time, which is awesome. So that's that storm over here in Buffalo area, but let's go check out the storms down here near Belleville as well and see what they're all about. They don't look as impressive, but that's okay. I think they're just pretty much rain. The sun looks nice through there. And let's go fly over to Eastern Ontario and see the flooding mess that is happening in the Ottawa area. Actually, let's go see this brutal storm near Mirabel. So I'm going to get rid of the Buffalo radar, and let's click on CASBV, and let's go check out this downburst that's happening. Set world origin. There we go. Let's get rid of the probabilities. Oh, click that a couple times. There we go. And let's fly down. So you can actually see where the radar station is, because you can see this is actually where the dome is scanning. You can't hear it right now, but I can hear a lot of lightning and thunder. Hurricanes look insane in this, by the way. Let's see here. So where is that strong storm here?
Speaking of hurricanes, Adam.
Yes.
Do we have access to radars beyond Canada and the US?
For which? For Instant Weather Pro or for the 3D Weatherverse?
Well, either.
Yeah, we have those. We have all the ones that are part of the next rad station. We don't have Germany and Australia yet, but we want to add those, and some European ones as well too. But we don't have access to those yet. No, I think they're you have to pay for them as well, and they're pretty expensive. But we'll definitely be adding global.
There was a comment asking this show all the weather in the world. For example, the typhoon heading to South Korea, and I know South Korea has radar stations available in other apps.
They do, yeah. But no, we don't have those added to it just yet. But you can see the typhoon on Instant Weather on our Instant Weather app. It does have global data. The lightning looks insane on this, by the way, right now. But we definitely have it for a lot of times people ask, can we show a hurricane? We'll go back and show like historical hurricanes, from US. So someone said, can we see Hurricane Irma and all this kind of stuff? So we went and loaded those and showed a whole bunch of historical hurricanes, and they look pretty amazing. But yeah, so this is what the current storms in Quebec are looking like in the 3D Weatherverse. And again, yeah, we will be adding global radar data to Instant Weather Pro in time. Yes. Let's see here. So yeah, still looking pretty darn strong near Blainville there. And yeah, if you do think that 3D storms are cool, please give us a follow on YouTube. Search for 3D Weatherverse. Give us a follow on Twitter or X, 3D Weatherverse, and same with Facebook, 3D Weatherverse. Please give us a check at that. Monique says on TikTok, how do we do that? It's not available just yet, but we'll be launching the beta test for this in the next few weeks. So, and for those who don't have a powerful computer, we're going to work on what's called pixel streaming. It's actually, we're going to run this for you on a server in the cloud, and then you'll be able to use it just as like a website, and it'll work just like this. But it'll actually be running on a powerful computer in the cloud. So we'll have that option as well, too. It's going to be pretty cool. Let me just jump back to the comments. I didn't have the comments loaded up while I was doing this, so I couldn't see what anybody said. But let's jump back here and check this out here. So, Sarah says, imagine a weather-related video game using 3D Weatherverse. That would be so cool. Well, that's what we're launching. So I can already spawn a vehicle in this and drive around, but we're smoothing out the roads, so you'll actually be able to storm chase in real time in this. It's going to be pretty cool. So, let's see here. Jamie's asking about Kingston. Canadian Timbit says there are floods all over Ottawa due to the storm. That's something that definitely. Oh, thanks for putting up the links. Appreciate it. That's something we're definitely going to do too. Is like simulate flooding. So in the case of Ottawa, we can actually use the accumulated precipitation data to know that there's flooding in areas and actually simulate that on the streets. So that as you're driving, you're like end up driving through water in the 3D Weatherverse. I think it'll be pretty crazy. So, yeah. Sharon said turn on the volume. I will later. It's all good. Let's see here. Let's see here. Canadian Timbit says, wow, thank you so much. Sunny says, what app or website is this? It's a new upcoming program that we built inside of the Unreal Engine 5. It's called 3D Weatherverse. And it's not out yet, but we're about to launch it. But anyways, give us a follow if you like it. Check out the 3D Weatherverse on 3D Weatherverse on YouTube, on Twitter, and or on Facebook. Canadian Timbit says, this pleases my inner nerd. Thanks so much. Let's see here. Kingston. Yeah, let me go take a look at Kingston. Tornadic Storm says, looks really good. Thank you so much. If you check out the videos on our YouTube channel, we show like simulated tornadoes and all this kind of stuff. It looks pretty wild. So Stro says, price, probably going to be a comparable price to what we are charging for Instant Weather Pro. So roughly $100 for the year, somewhere in there. We'll see. It's likely what we're going to do for the beta test. Eventually, we'd like to do it so it's freemium, so we could basically have a free kind of basic version that anybody can use and have kind of like in-app purchases and stuff like that. That would be pretty cool. Peggy says, what a great educational tool / resource to inform why we need to move forward with greener tech and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, for sure. Through a game. Yeah, I mean, like we want to do like simulating like crazy flood events and stuff, like raising the oceans and stuff and see how that affects land. And we want to do a whole bunch of really wild stuff like that. So it's going to be pretty cool. And we've had a lot of interest too from flight simulator companies too. So we've been in quite a few meetings with them. They're really excited about the tech. So pretty cool stuff. Looks like an interesting signature near Briar Hill here, near Leeds. Let me see. I'm just going to back that up a little bit. Make sure I have tilt 1 on for reflectivity. Maybe a bit of minor rotation there, possibly. Near Morton and Leeds. Did we ever hear anything back from that report in Perth? Is anybody from Perth? Because we heard that there was a pretty strong storm in Perth. Did anybody?
I didn't
see
see any follow-up from that individual.
All right, so I don't know about that report, but I mean, hopefully everybody's safe. But
and
it sounded like it was
the Mondo family wants to say thank you for helping out today, being supportive and kind.
You're very welcome. Grateful that we're able to help, and thank you so much for the kind words. I appreciate that. Let's see here. Let's see here. Sarah says, can you teach us more about how to read the radar, Adam, like signatures, rotation, etc.? For sure. And I try to do that during the live stream. Like I try to point out what I think is a lot of reading radar is like, is this rotation? Okay, so we have red versus green. We've got minus values versus positive values. We have some sort of rotation here. Is this noise? Like a lot of it is case by case basis. So I would say for sure, just watch the live stream and watch me struggle trying to figure out, trying to decipher if it's noise or if it's side lobe contamination or if it's range folding and if it's all this other garbage that we have to deal with radar data. But yeah, so that's probably a good start. But I would like to do a tutorial series where I go through some stuff, some historical examples of what rotation is and how to try to detect it. The problem is like just saying like red versus green radar, that's going to be rotation. I mean, you can have stuff like this that looks like it's extremely strong values, but there's literally no storm here. This is like a wind farm, so in Melancton, so there's wind farms there. So you have to be very, very careful when you're reading radar that things aren't contaminated. Really, it's really easy for the data to become contaminated. So let's go back and take a look at Kingston. I did say I was going to take a peek at the Kingston area, and then there is that. There is an interesting storm coming in. Doesn't look super duper strong. You have like random values like this that say 121 kilometers an hour, but I think that's probably noise because it didn't exist before. It magically existed for that one frame. If you go to like tilt 2, so higher up, a higher up scan, you can see that it's not there. So a lot of the time that gives us indication that it's probably noise. Let me just get rid of that banner 1 second here. So anyways, hopefully like the 3D Weatherverse. Oh, thanks, Brent. That's why I couldn't find it. I'm scrolling and I can't find it. And I'm still in Uber solo mode. There we go. Perfect. Cool. There's Kingston. Speaking of Kingston. I don't know why, Brendan, do you know why it keeps showing the pinned posts at the top?
Yeah. Sometimes it's glitchy because when it refreshes automatically, it doesn't always go back to the same position.
I see.
It was working fine before, but for some reason, Facebook, there we go. It's refreshed again. Now it's back in.
Oh, that's better. Yeah. So Colette Berry put the report there from Kingston. Looking kind of grumpy there, but nothing too wild. This is definitely from the driver's perspective, by the way. I would be shocked if this is from the passenger, unless the passenger's like leaning in front of the driver. Yeah, we might want to pull that report because they're clearly driving. Yeah, I would be shocked. As long as
it's not like, I don't think we should be like removing posts unless it's like super obvious that they are doing it.
This could be from the passenger.
No one's going to look at them. No one's going to look at it and say, "Oh, I should take a picture from the driver's seat." That's the only reason why we're.
I hope not. So I think like that could be from the passenger seat if it was zoomed in. So she might be in the passenger seat and then zoom in and it looks like it's going right through the driver's kind of perspective. That's the only way. It does kind of look like it's from the right. It's hard to say. But yeah, but I think if something's clearly from the driver's side, it has to be removed. We have to very much shun, or only if it's from the driver's side, if they're clearly parked, that's different. But no, anybody driving, it's clearly from the driver's side, we have to kill a report. Because we definitely don't want to promote that at all. It's a horrible thing to promote. So so this storm here near the Brockville area, or Briar Hill, it looks kind of boring from US radar. It looks a little bit more interesting from Canadian radar. Kind of now has a hook. It's got a little bit of a hook here. But the rotation is fairly weak. Let's go to tilt 2 and see. Interesting. Yeah. Not that exciting yet. Or only at, these values are not that strong. Only at 53.28 kilometers. We'll keep an eye on it. But that is one of the more interesting storms that we're seeing right now. Let's take a look at the Kingston storm. Again, these values are probably false. I would think they're false, or they just seem like they're standing out in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, probably. There could be some strong winds there. Strong influent winds right over, I think it's right over the water here, south of Pleasant Point in the Kingston area. What's happening in southwestern Ontario? Anything exciting? People are wondering about Barrie. It's done. Barrie looks like it's done for the night. We had lots of strong lightning strikes here. Woke me up as I fell asleep every 30 seconds and then woke up to look at radar. I did that for so long, I literally fell asleep, then woke up, checked the next radar scan, fell back asleep. Woke up, checked the next radar scan, fell back asleep. And then I woke up to check the next radar scan, and it was an hour later, and Brendan's like, are you going live, or... So that was a little bit more than one radar scan later. Uh-oh, I didn't switch to tilt 2. Oh, it still worked. Huh. Interesting. This is an interesting cell west of Windsor. Where do you think you're going? I think it's going due east. Or is it going southeast? Oh, yeah. It's kind of heading towards Amherstburg and maybe LaSalle area. So keep an eye on that storm as well. All right, we've got a few storms to keep an eye on. Excuse me. Oh, my goodness. Actually, Brendan, that storm west of Windsor on the probability data is saying 7% chance of a tornado. 30% chance of severe. 19 for wind.
Interesting.
It's actually kind of a nasty looking little storm, especially if you look at it from TDTW. It's got a little hook on it for sure. And then if you look at it from Detroit, that's actually a pretty decent little storm there. I'm going to check what's the environment doing here. Let's see. Supercell is a 2. VTP is only 0.5 at the moment. But that might be increasing. What time is it? 3:34. When do we get an update for that? Probably not for a little bit. But yeah, that's a storm to watch. That's a storm to watch right there. Definitely got the right shape to it. It's got a hook on it. And it's tracking to the southeast towards potentially LaSalle, Amherstburg areas. So that's definitely one to keep an eye on. All right, we got to keep an eye on that. We want to keep an eye on Kingston. And let's see here. I think I can probably get rid of this polygon over Niagara at this point. Yes, I think so. Let's see what this storm over here near Simcoe is doing near Dunnville. A little bit of hail near Dunnville, probably. Tracking to the southeast towards Port Colborne, but out over the water eventually. I'm going to get rid of that polygon, the Niagara one, for Fort Erie. That one will be gone now. And we're down to 0 polygons. So there goes the game. Folks, if you don't know what I'm talking about, people are talking about doing drinking games every time I do a polygon. And I said it's probably a fatal idea because sometimes I do a lot of polygons. So chances are your liver will explode if you try to do that. So this seems like a bad idea. Gavin says, is it bad in Kingston? I don't know. On radar, it looks interesting. What's this really dark photo? Is this from like a previous day? Or is this from now? Is it this dark somewhere? It says August 10th. Brennan, can you scroll down slightly just to see? From Matt Cavan, Prevost.
Oh, it says last night in Sudbury? Yeah.
Okay. I was about to say, if it was that dark. There. Jess says, it's a fatal idea if we do it every time you say interesting. That as well. Or talk about squirrels. Either or.
Yeah, I think interesting is much more dangerous.
McQuack says, we were just evacuated from work, and I saw swirling clouds outside, and it's really windy in Kingston. Why were you evacuated from work? Because of the storm? Or something else? Hi from Britt, says Christine. Hi. You got so lucky in Britt. We have family in Britt, and we were calling them to let them know about that crazy storm yesterday that was heading through Killarney and heading towards Britt, but thankfully it just weakened before it headed to Britt. But there was a nice pancake shelf cloud. You can see it's got like those layers of it in the shelf cloud. You had a nice pancake shelf cloud, but overall, like Britt got just a few drops of rain. It wasn't too bad. but it was looking pretty brutal. I don't know if you got our notification. If you didn't get our notification at Brit yesterday, you don't have our free app, or you have it set up wrong. So in that particular case, I would download our free app. You can get it at instantweatherapp.com. McQuack says, we were evacuated because an antenna on the roof got hit by lightning and set off the fire alarms. Oh, that's not great. That's not great. Stephanie says, is Newmarket in the clear now? I think so. Pretty sure. I'll go double check, though, in a second. Yeah, this rotation's getting even better near Briar Hill. I'm going to go minor rotation on this one. That's 3 frames in a row. That's enough for me. That's enough for me. That's definitely a mezzo. And which way is it heading? It is heading east towards Charleston Lake, right now near Briar Hill, towards Bally Canoe, Butternut Bay. And let me just make sure the exact direction it's going. Looks like it's going pretty much due east. Maybe even slightly to the northeast. Okay, I'm definitely doing it. That's it. Polygon for you. Polygon time. Get your glasses ready. Let's see here. Yeah, please don't. This seems like a bad idea. Okay, let's get this polygon ready. 1 second here. Okay, so I'm going to flip over to our custom update panel, and we're going to do this polygon together. And where is it here? Briar Hill, tracking to the east, Leeds. Let me just make sure here. Yeah, right near Leeds and Briar Hill. And it's tracking to the east. It's also kind of to the northeast. So I'm probably going to highlight Brockville and surrounding areas here. Let's see here. Yeah, that looks pretty solid to me. All right. Update. 871 folks in the path of that one. Let's go with... I'm going to go minor rotation just to begin with to see, because it might weaken. But minor rotation detected on this storm near Briar Hill and Leeds, tracking to the east. My cat is meowing like crazy. I don't know if you can hear her. Like nonstop meowing. 3:40. I'm going to have to go pet snacks for a minute. 1 second here. Looks good to me, and I'm sending a notification right now. Because it could weaken, so I'm going to go minor just to start. We'll see, but it's definitely kicking it up a notch. And that storm coming in to Windsor area right now. Yeah, so it's kind of near Lyndhurst, and it's tracking to the east. So maybe towards Brockville, Young Mills, possibly it could turn and go towards Mallorytown, but it's kind of tracking in this direction right now. And we are seeing some rotation there on it, so definitely showing up on Franktown radar. A little bit kind of starting to show up on U.S. radar as well, too. So Kingston looks like heavy rain and strong winds and lightning, but nothing too crazy at the moment that I can see. Let me see here. Yeah, Kingston doesn't look too wild. Just lots of lightning and heavy rain and strong winds. Maybe a little bit of hail in there as well. Excuse me. All right. I'm going to jump back to some other pro. And keep an eye on that rotation. Yeah, this is definitely a stronger storm in the area right now. You can see on Instant Weather Pro, you can see our minor rotation polygon immediately shows up. You can see under severe thunderstorm watch and minor rotation detected right there. So, yeah, so we can see that pocket of rotation right here. I just went minor on it because it may weaken. We'll see. Let me go to tilt 2. Yeah, it's definitely on tilt 2 as well, too. There you go. Let's see what tilt 3 says. It's showing something. Tilt 4. Okay, so definitely on tilt 1 and tilt 2. Showing some strong winds on tilt 3. That's our supporting it further to the north there. So, let's go take a look at Windsor really quickly. Getting some strong winds now. 70.2, 72 kilometers an hour. And that is tracking to the southeast. So it's heading towards maybe southern Windsor, LaSalle, Amherstburg areas. And that storm is looking pretty grumpy. Interesting. I wonder, actually, I wonder. Okay. All right. That's interesting. Lots of wondering happening. 1 second here. Okay, I got to get rid of some of these old tabs because Chrome's going to crash soon because it just can't handle all this. Well, there's a million tabs here I got to get rid of. That was a lot of tabs. Okay. So let me just jump back to the comments. Huge shelf cloud over Sylvan Lake, Alberta right now. Thank you very much, Brenda. I'll go take a look quickly. Sharon says, are any more storms going to develop in the deep southwest? It's possible, but it's hard to say for sure. There's a crazy photo of Kingston right there. Quite a shelf cloud on it. Pretty cool looking shelf going through Kingston at the moment. Maddie says, can you check Delhi Simcoe area? Yeah, I can. I don't think there's anything too wild. There is that storm heading through, but it looked like it was just heavy rain and some lightning and maybe a little bit of hail. Yeah, the storm doesn't look too wild. It's about to head over the water as well, too, so I think it's okay. Niagara's pretty much okay. Port Colborne's going to see the tip of that storm, but it shouldn't be too bad. What's going on here? It's an interesting little book or something. What is this picture of? Kristen McCumber. That's Kingston?
It's Kingston.
Yeah, a lot of motion in those clouds. Lizzie says on TikTok any more for Kitchener area? Probably not. I don't think so. Chelsea on TikTok says I'm in Ottawa and my backyard is totally flooded. Yeah, sorry to hear, folks. Ottawa is not having a great year with storms. Not at all. Heather in Brockville just got the notification on TikTok. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you kindly. And Lanthira says, how's Ottawa looking? And wet. Looking wet. Not much else going on there but flooding. And there's still more rain coming, so there's that. All right, I do want to keep a close eye on the storm. See, what the heck was that? What the heck was this? What did I get to? Oh, Mapbox. What the? Oh, I clicked the Mapbox link. Whoops. We use Mapbox on Instant Weather Pro, so let me jump over to our forecast map. Might as well. This is our forecast map while I randomly fix whatever I was doing here. Oh, I see what happened. Okay. It didn't actually close Instant Weather, it just opened a browser. Anyways, there's our forecast map. We had a strong risk, a severe risk all the way through Ottawa and Barrie and Orillia, but the storms came in really early, so I think that kind of mitigated the strength of the overall risk. But as you can tell, Ottawa got hit pretty hard with some flooding, and yeah, and there's that. So we hope everybody stayed safe. The overall tornado risk was on the low end, although we do have a minor rotation update for areas near, what was it again? Leeds, near Leeds in Eastern Ontario at the moment. So we're watching that. Yeah, so there's that. So we'll continue to track this the best we possibly can. Let's jump back over to Instant Weather Pro. You know what I did? I clicked this button here. Oh, you can't see it. Click this right here. This is a little Mapbox. They make you have a built-in link to their stuff. So if you click that, it'll just open up a website and tell you all about Mapbox. What I was trying to do is take a look at this storm that is going to be tracking into Essex County at the moment. What percentage are we at on that storm? Still 6% chance of a tornado on that storm. And by the way, again, we're going to be adding the probability polygons to Instant Weather Pro. So you'll actually be able to like go right over a storm and see its probability for wind, for hail, for tornado risk, and overall severity risk as well too. So Misty says Ottawa's flooding really bad. Yeah, it looks brutal. Looks brutal. Sun says apparently Ottawa has more severe thunderstorms coming. Really? Let me look. I don't think so. Just more rain. No, there's no more severe thunderstorms coming for Ottawa. Just more rain. If you're talking about like the current alerts in place, I think they're just to do with the flooding. But yeah, you have more rain coming, so more flooding possible, even more than you've had, which is not great. Still a really strong wind signature over here in Quebec under severe thunderstorm warning right now. What are we at here for winds? 104 kilometers an hour, 105 I saw, 105.84. Yeah, if you're in the Saint Roche de Lachigan, if you're in that area right now, extremely strong winds heading to the northeast. Very dangerous storm right there for sure. Definitely a downburst risk on that storm. That would be, you would not want to be under that right now. That would be quite strong. In fact, I'm going to send a polygon to there. Then I'm going to go take a peek at Alberta and take a peek at northeastern Ontario that some folks are asking about right now. So let me go do that really quickly. My cat keeps meowing at me, but unfortunately, I have to do polygons. One sec, I'm going to say hi to him really quick. I'll just go yell at him. 1 second here. I promised him food, so he should be happy. Now he's quiet because he knows that I'm alive, and he knows that I'm going to give him food. So those are good things in his eyes. Okay. Let me go do this polygon for Quebec because those winds are insane. Just 1 second here. And where is that again? I see where it is. Okay. All right. Let's see what the latest update is. Oh, it just weakened, just as I was about to do a polygon. All right. Scrap that polygon. Literally just weakened. So, all right. It happens a lot. I go to do a polygon, something weakens. Jessica says snacks. Brenda says snacks want snacks. Get Brutal says my buddy in Montreal got a tornado warning on his phone. We're like 100 kilometers away from the region that got it. Yeah, that happens. It's as long as your
There's
cell
a
phone can.
new severe thunderstorm warning for Norfolk County.
Oh, for Norfolk? Really? For this storm? Maybe for this like hail here? We love the Norfolkers. They're great people. Hopefully they're all right. Yeah, this rotation continues for sure. In my minor rotation update, looks like the rotation continues. Yeah, for several frames here. I'm pretty happy with my polygon. It's going exactly in the middle of my polygon. If you are in Charleston Lake, if you are in Junetown, Ballycanoe, McIntosh Mills, Mallorytown, Sherwood Springs, Butternut Bay. This storm is rotating and it's moving to the east right now, heading towards the international border, maybe southern Brockville. If it decides to turn to the north, Brockville could be affected, but if it keeps going due east, it should miss Brockville to the south. Starlight Rose Smith says, is there rotation still for Leeds? Yeah, it's east of Leeds now. It is east of Leeds by quite a bit. So Leeds is fine, but areas northeast of Black Rapids, that's where it's headed right now, towards Ballycanoe. Nick says, serious flooding in Ottawa. Yeah, for sure. We've seen some crazy videos and photos and reports, and it looks brutal. So, yeah, it looks awful. Water up to the roof in some cars. Yeah, it's dangerous flooding for sure. Definitely dangerous. Nancy says Windsor. Yeah, I'll go check on that. I did want to take a quick peek at northeastern Ontario. There's a lot of lightning up there. Let's see what's going on. Some pretty strong winds southeast of Sudbury. Yeah, some pretty strong gusts west of Sudbury, lightning, torrential rain, maybe some small hail. But besides that, nothing too crazy from what I could tell so far. We'll see. I do want to take a quick peek at what's heading into parts of Essex County at the moment. Probably some severe thunderstorm potential with that storm. Although I don't think there's any lightning on it at this point. I don't think that matters because it's definitely still looking pretty organized. So I'm going to do a polygon for Essex County right now. Just saying severe thunderstorm potential with that storm because there is some hail in there. Let's see. Yep, I'm going to do a polygon. Give me 1 second here. Let's do a polygon for Essex County. Because they need to know what's up. Mm-hmm. All right, so let's go pull that up here. 1 second. Custom update using Detroit radar. And this storm is heading to the southeast. So it's something like this. So I'm just going to do a little polygon, basically like this-ish, and like this. So it's probably going to end up highlighting the Windsor area. Yeah, I think so. What the heck? That was a weird polygon. What did I do? Okay, stop it. All right, maybe a little bit to the south. I think the strongest part is going to head kind of in this direction-ish. But there are some storms developing into the regular Windsor, so it's hard to tell. Let me see. Let me do a little bit more investigation and see. Yeah, the strong stuff is going to miss Windsor proper for the most part. Half of Windsor is going to get my notification. Only half. And I should probably include Pelee Island. Our friends down in Pelee. All right. There's my polygon. Excuse me. 5,800 people. Wow. Okay, so potential severe thunderstorm potential. We are carefully watching the storm that is located west of Windsor. That is tracking to the southeast towards La Salle. Make sure my spelling is good. La Salle and Amherstburg. And Amherst. Second here. Amherstburg. I always wonder if it's B-U-R-G or B-E-R-G, but it's B-U-R-G. Amherstburg, etc. And the time is 3:55. 3:56 by the time I send this. Okay. Clickety. Oops. All right, that looks good to me. 3:56 just turned. And the potential to produce strong damaging wind gusts as the strength on the radar, torrential rain, small hail, and frequent lightning are also possible. As well, there is a small risk for funnel cloud development or a brief tornado. However, rotation is currently there. However, there is currently no evident rotation. Funnel cloud development or a brief tornado due to the environment. However, there is currently no rotation. There's currently no rotation evident on radar. Okay, now the time has changed. 3:57. All right, sending that to our friends in Essex County. Let us know if you received it. Pretty please. One second here. Looking through the comments. Oof. I was checking Alberta for someone. That's right. Let me go take a peek. You can see our polygon there I just made right now, highlighting Essex County. Let me go take a peek. I just wanted to see what's happening in Alberta. See if there's anything fancy going on. I don't know if fancy is the right word, but yeah, if there's anything interesting happening. Yeah, this is pretty interesting here. Eagle Hill, something going on there. Let's go take a look at. Oh no, Edmonton radar is down. No. That's bad timing. Thankfully, the storms are to the south, but that's not great timing. Also, too, we have to keep an eye on Saskatchewan today because there is going to be, and great, Saskatoon radar is down. Oh, that's fantastic. Okay. My cat is meowing like crazy right now. Probably need to go snuggle him. Still seeing that minor rotation heading towards Ballycanoe in Eastern Ontario. So that is something worth paying attention to. And there is a report, but I don't know where it's from. Oh well. Erica says, in Essex County, do you receive alert with just the app? Through our app or through our text message alerts? Small Puffin says, is lightning needed for tornado? Not always. Usually, but not always. Yeah, so for Erica, download our free app. If you want to get those notifications, you can download our free app at instantweatherapp.com. And or just go to the App Store or go to the Google Play Store and search Instant Weather. Make sure you spell the full word instant, not insta, but Instant Weather. And then you'll see our icon like the very top of the screen up here, the white and blue one at the very top. And it'll just be IW, and that's our app there. So Instant Weather. There is a marine alert in place. 1 second here. Special marine warning on that storm coming into the Detroit River right now. Wind gusts to nearly 50 knots are possible. Yeah, and hail as well is possible. Hail and wind. So yeah, that's a pretty reasonably strong storm heading into LaSalle, Amherstburg areas right now. So definitely worth paying attention to. Still that minor rotation south of Brockville. Looks like it should probably miss Brockville, but it might twist slightly and head over towards Brockville here. It's getting close. I was going to make that polygon for Quebec, but the storm weakened just as I did. Still looking pretty beefy, but 80 kilometers an hour or so, but definitely not at the 100, 110 that it was doing before. So that's good news. Ottawa still getting more rain. Our thoughts are with all those being flooded in Ottawa right now. Ottawa's having a rough go. It's been a rough go. So there's that. Give me just a moment here, just jumping in the comments. Thanks for all those who are hanging out in the stream. It's been an interesting day. Nicole says, anything coming towards Wallaceburg? Bradley says, what about Amherstburg? Yeah, I just sent out a notification to Amherstburg and Essex County. I'm not seeing anything too strong coming towards Wallaceburg, though. It looks like the majority of the strengthening storm is heading down towards between Amherstburg and LaSalle. But, I mean, there's a tiny little bit of a rain shower heading towards Wallaceburg, sorry, up here. A little rain shower, but nothing too wild. Riley says, how much time do you think we have till it's in Amherstburg? Not much. Not much. Maybe at like 4:15, maybe at like 4:10, like 10 minutes, 15 minutes or so, and it should be heading in your direction. Jennifer on TikTok says, anything for Chatham-Kent? I don't think so. Not at this point in time. Maybe a little bit later. Wicked Jesse on TikTok says, so Brockville should be safe from rotation. Good question. It's hard to say. It's kind of heading in your direction at this point in time, but it might miss you just to the south. Nicole says, thank you, Adam. Makes me feel better. Don't have to take my child and bunker down. No, you're okay right now. You're good. It's all good. Mariposa says, radar is showing Amherstburg not as bad as LaSalle and West Windsor. Are you talking about precipitation or are you talking about wind? Because the stronger wind is to the south. So the stronger winds will probably be going through Amherstburg, I would think. Windsor This is just rain, and but the stronger wind gusts are definitely heading towards Amherstburg. They're not super duper strong right now, but they're definitely strengthening. So semi beefy, says Sarah. That's about right. Semi beefy. Nicole says, "Oh, how was your birthday, Adam?" Oh, it was great. I got to see Oppenheimer. It was crazy, and we went to the Keg. So pretty fancy. That's right. That's right. I told my wife, I said, I want to go to Moxie's. And she said, nope, going to the Keg. It's like, okay. But you did get, if it's your birthday at the Keg, they give you the Billy Miner's pie, which is insanely good. So once a year, get to go to the Keg once a year. Larissa says Oppenheimer was so good. Yeah, there's parts of it. Like, it overall was really great. And I'm glad they didn't show any like scenes from Japan, because that would have been horrifying. And I think it's probably Christopher Nolan did it as a respectful thing, not to show brutal scenes. Because if he did show stuff from Japan, it would have been like way too detailed and it would have been horrifying. So I'm glad they didn't. Not to take anything away for those who haven't seen the movie, but rest assured they don't actually show what happens in Japan. So that's a beneficial thing. But there was times in the movie, though, I was talking to somebody recently where the music was so loud you couldn't actually hear the dialogue. That part was annoying. Also, too, it felt like even though it's a 3-hour movie, it felt like the story was really rushed. Like, it was jumping from this part to this part to this part to this part. It's like they're trying to cram so much into a 3-hour movie. It actually would have been better as a miniseries, I think, like a Netflix series or like a Prime series. I think it would have been better. But anyways, like the acting was amazing. Like everything was great about it. So it was pretty cool. Nicole says, ooh, definitely fancy. I have recommendation for a good steakhouse if you ever want. It's in Collingwood now. So I used to work in Collingwood. What's it called? I might have been there before. Is it at the Village, or is it at Interwest, or is it like in Collingwood? Oh, you said in Ottawa Saga. Okay. Let me know. Go ahead and promote it on here. I'm cool with it. It's all good. Larissa says, I heard people say the explosion was so loud you could hear it from the other theaters. Yeah, like when they did the test scene for the nuke, I've never felt like, you can all imagine how insanely big and powerful a nuke is, but when like something about seeing that in the theater and the way they did the whole scene where they tested the nuclear explosion, that was unbelievable. I've never felt it like that before. I've definitely never felt it, like I could feel how big it was, it was crazy. That was by far that was a wild scene. So that scene alone was worth seeing in the theater, because you see that at home, I don't think it's going to be as wild as it was, like with the super deep bass and everything. It was crazy. That was pretty crazy. So yeah, the storm heading into Essex County right now, still looking pretty gusty. Under a marine alert from the U.S. side of things. So we went blue, which is kind of our lower end polygon, and we said severe thunderstorm potential. So we'll see. Get Brutal says, yeah, it really hits hard. Loved it. Yeah, it was pretty wild. I haven't seen Barbie yet, though, but my wife saw it. She said it was hilarious. Chris says, stop saying the word beef. Tina says Grand Valley has an awesome steakhouse. Oh, cool. What's it called? Hale and Waterford, says Candace. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Jennifer said, anything from Chatham Kent? Maybe later. It's hard to say for sure. Anything for Port Colborne, says Phoenix Adventures on TikTok. Port Colborne? I'd go take a peek. Nicole says it's Rockdale Steakhouse. Used to be on the highway, I think 26, 27, until they put in the new highway with the roundabouts. Yeah, that made it a little easier to get to Collingwood, but it definitely bypassed a lot of businesses that depend on that traffic. So yeah, I could see that being problematic for them, but hopefully it's still doing well. This storm over here near Port Dover is still looking like it's got some hail. Somebody just said Waterford had hail, so yeah, confirmed report on that one. Port Colborne, yeah, you're seeing just the north end of that storm, but it just looks like it's maybe some gusty winds and heavy rain, maybe a little bit of lightning. Nothing too significant. Bronx says you started it. Yeah, I did start the semi beefy. Lots of hail in Waterford, said Monica. Thank you very much, Monica. Appreciate it. Kenny says, should come have a good burger here in Meaford. We have a place called the Leaky Canoe. Sounds cool. Meaford's gorgeous place. I've been up there a few times. I used to work in Collingwood, so I had to travel to Meaford and travel to a bunch of different places. Shockwave says, is Woodstock in for a bad storm? I don't think so. I don't think so. Nah. There is a little storm heading into Kitchener right now. I think I told somebody there wasn't going to be any storms, but it just kind of popped up. And it's heading towards Kitchener at the moment. Doesn't look strong or anything. It just looks like a little tiny rain shower. Maybe there could be a little bit of lightning on it potentially. But, yeah. Not much for Woodstock. Yeah, just going to continue to watch the storm moving into deep Essex County. Still watching that kind of broad rotation near Ballycanoe moving east. It's probably tapering off. Second here. Mm-hmm. What about Tweed, says Doug? Yeah, I think Tweed's okay at the moment. Let me just see here. Yeah, Tweed's fine. You're good. It's all good. Severe thunderstorm warning for Sundry and Olds area now. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Maxwell Davidson says the Kingston is getting a bad storm right now. Yeah. It doesn't look that bad on radar, at least. I mean, maybe it's different in person, but on radar, it just looks like some heavy rain and some lightning, but nothing too crazy. Adriana says, is Ottawa done for a while? Wouldn't that be nice? Ottawa's still going to get some more rain. Not that you need it. Significant flooding in Ottawa, we've heard. So hopefully, Brennan, did you change it to semi-beefy storms? I just finally noticed it.
That took you forever to notice. You were wondering why the comments were kept saying.
I was wondering about all the comments. Striking semi-beefy storms in Southern Ontario. Oh dear. Okay. All right. One sec. Just gonna zoom out here. I just want to take a peek in the west to see what's going on for our friends in Alberta. This storm's starting to look pretty nasty. Northeast of Harmattan, west of Olds. Yeah, that one's starting to look pretty grumpy. Definitely getting some rotation going on there. Might want to go minor rotation on that. Probably will. Just want to take a peek over at Saskatchewan, see if anything's going on. Saskatoon radar is still down. Regina radar is up. Edmonton radar is down. Great. That's just great. What's going on in Red Deer? Just some lightning, some wind, and rain. All right, I think I'm going to give this one more frame. Some minor rotation on that one, heading towards areas south of Olds. Didsbury. Yeah, minor rotation heading towards the Didsbury area. MC Murdoch says, did we have a tornado in Norfolk? Thing got extremely crazy here for about 20 minutes. Nothing on radar is saying strong rotation for your area that I can tell. But, yeah. It's, by the way, I like your profile picture. It's nice. But yeah, nothing looked too crazy for that area from what I can tell. I'm going to go put up, if things get really crazy in Alberta, if that storm really does keep strengthening, we might go live in Alberta. It might add Alberta to the live stream. I was going to add Saskatchewan later, but Saskatchewan does have a severe thunderstorm watch now for the deep southeast. So that's something. But let's go scroll in and check on our Brockville storm. 1605. Should be getting a new update anytime soon. Still seeing some broad rotation heading towards Woodridge. Strongest part should be south of Brockville, but Brockville's definitely going to see that storm. But hopefully the rotation part of it is going to not hit Brockville, but it may hit Butternut Bay, Fernbank, Mallory Town potentially. It's very broad right now. It's not as organized as it once was. I'm glad we went minor. That makes more sense. Interesting stuff. John says, is Ottawa done for today? Besides more rain and more flooding. Nicole says, do you guys live stream for the whole country? Yeah, we do. We typically do one province at a time. So we'll like live stream in Alberta, and then we'll live stream in this is weird. Oh, that's interesting. TikTok's like, we've detected inactivity during your current live. Complete the verification, where I have to drag one picture puzzle piece over into another picture. Verification to continue your current live. Click.
I think that's because TikTok has been having issues with people pre-recording content and just looping it constantly
and just
acting
letting
as
it
it's a
roll.
live stream.
It was exactly at the 4-hour mark that it did that too. So I probably didn't touch the mouse on that computer for 4 hours. No, I did touch the mouse on that computer. I just didn't interact with the TikTok program for like 4 hours, and then then it's like do some verification to make sure that is good. All right, but that's interesting. Yeah, that makes sense. Looks like there's the Waterford hail. You can see that in shredding leaves, as you can see. Lots of hail in Waterford. Hopefully everybody was inside for that one. Sarah says, is the Brockville one headed towards the new Tornado Valley, Ottawa? No, the Brockville one's heading out to New York State. Yeah, it's definitely not... How's Amherstburg looking, says Brandon. Thank you for reminding me. Let me take a look at that area right now. Yeah, that storm is getting towards LaSalle, getting towards Amherstburg. Looks like just some strong winds on it so far. I don't see any lightning, which is kind of surprising. For how strong the environment is right there, you'd think it would be at least some lightning on there, but no lightning on it. Just some heavy rains and heavy rain and some gusty winds. Ashley McDougall says, hey, Adam, will Shannonville get hit by any storms? There's a go-karting event there this weekend. Wondering for my friends there. They got hit hard at another track last year. Oh, that's brutal. And for Shannonville, let me double check. That's in Eastern Ontario, right? Shannonville. Rotation continues towards Young Mills, Sherwood Springs, Butternut Bay. That rotation continues on that storm. There's a tiny little hint of it up here that's going through Lilies, Sealy, Lynn, and heading towards Brockville. So hopefully, I don't know. Brockville could see a little bit of rotation, a little bit of strong winds, maybe. We'll see. Where's Shannonville? 1 second here. My house in Norfolk got hit directly by a tornado. Today's storm mimicked it almost exactly, raining and warm, and then sudden shift to cold with hail and strong winds, then tornado. Yeah, I didn't see anything strong rotation, MC Murdoch, in that area, but you could have maybe had a minor little downburst potentially, because downburst can totally mimic what a tornado is like. Downburst and tornado, they're just both so violent that it's brutal. Kodiak says Lynn, Ontario, strong wind. Yeah, it looks there's some rotation there, and there's some strong winds heading into Brockville. So, yeah, that makes sense to me. Only severe thunderstorm watch on that storm. All right. I was gonna look up Shannonville. Oh, east of Belleville. Thank you. That's where I remember it from. Aha. Now Shannonville's good. You're fine. I don't think you're getting anything more interesting. I think you're pretty much done for the day. Go kart it all you want. Maybe some rain, but that's about it. Pouring in North Amherstburg, says Riley. Yeah, that storm's coming in. Wind is picking up in Brockville. I'm sure it is. Thank you, Krista. Appreciate it. Colorado got a hailstorm yesterday that has possibly set their state record for hail at almost 6 inches in width. Hailstone. That's not great. Hopefully everybody's okay there. Oh, thanks, Brennan. Appreciate that. I wondered about that. Usually there's a notification about that. Let's see. Let's see here. All right, just looking through some emails here. Lots to watch. All right. You might think this is coffee, but I actually put water in this jug today. That's nice. All right. Heather says, just starting to thunder here in Brockville. Heather from TikTok. Spider says, how's winds are looking? I think it's just heavy rain, maybe some gusty winds. I'm watching that old storm. The rotation has kind of weakened a bit. That is in Alberta. Took me a second. Get Brutal says, yeah, the Yuma tornado was epic. Oh, the photos from that and the videos from that are crazy. Still some rotation going through Butternut Bay. Some strong winds heading into Brockville. Mary says, starting to get some loud thunder in Gananoque. Is that how you pronounce it? I think so. All right. Any reports from Brockville, says Jill, on a touchdown? I don't think anything's touching down at the moment. There's a little bit of rotation. But I would be surprised. I would be pretty surprised if there was a touchdown on that one. But definitely we've got minor rotation in place, so maybe I wouldn't be that surprised, but South Dakota has the lower 48 states record for a hailstorm, that a hailstone measuring 11.8 inches wide back in the mid 1960s. A foot-long hailstone. No thanks. We get like golf ball here and we're mind blown. How about a watermelon-sized hailstone? Won't be long till it'll be beanbag chair size. Little bit of rotation on this Hagersville storm, but it's in a weird part of the storm. It's been there for a few frames, though. That is interesting. Not the good interesting, either. Went through Rockford, Villanova, Nober, and heading towards Hagersville right now. A little bit of minor rotation there. B Cross is asking about how long Ottawa is going to see rain. I would double check our app. If you have it, it's free. You can get it at instantweatherapp.com. Punch in Ottawa and check the hourly, and it'll tell you kind of when things are going to start tapering off. Naomi says severe flooding. Yeah, it looks really bad in Ottawa area. It's brutal. B Crafts also asked again, how long will the rain last in Ottawa? I would double check our app. Oh, and then she says, okay. Yeah, I'd double check our app. Sarah says the app says around 7. Yeah, it's going to be rain for another few hours, which is not great. I mean, it's not insanely heavy rain, but still heavy rain. So, yeah, it's not great. I thought Canada had bigger hailstones than the U.S. No. But in Alberta, they've had some pretty... Actually, they just had the record one in Alberta, and I forget how big it was, but I think it was like 4 inches or something. Maybe a bit bigger. That's the Alberta record. Sarah says we'll still have constant rain for about 3 more hours. Yeah, that's not great. So yeah, I'm just trying to keep an eye on what looks like a little bit of minor rotation here in the Simcoe Hagersville area. Let's check. Yeah, it's showing up both on Franktown. Sorry, both on Exeter. Oh, it was only showing up on King, which is actually the furthest radar away. And so if I look at it from Exeter, there's no rotation, so that's good. And there's not really any rotation from K-Buff either. I'll try Cleveland. See what Cleveland gives us. Anne says 4 inches is huge. Yeah, it's huge for a hailstone. It's insane. Yeah, Alberta gets anywhere up against the Rockies gets the good stuff. And by good, I mean bad. Yeah, it looks like just some heavy rain and strong winds that is moving through LaSalle and Essex County. Doesn't look too strong from what I can tell. Yeah, pretty strong winds, maybe 60 kilometers an hour. Nothing too strong. So hopefully it stays sub-severe, but we'll see. That's why we went blue and said severe thunderstorm potential. Matthew says dark and cold wind in Brockville. Yeah, so it's probably outflow. If it's cold wind, then it's probably outflow, which means chances of a like tornado spin up is probably low. I'm just looking at Brockville right now. 1 second here. Yeah, it's a pretty decent line of storms there, but it might be weakening. But still some really strong winds or outflow winds are possible for the Brockville area, I would think. Still rain for Ottawa. Still rain for Montreal. I wouldn't be surprised if Montreal had some flooding as well, too. I think things are starting to wind down relatively good. I still want to keep an eye on that Alberta storm. I know that Saskatchewan's going to get interesting later on as well, too. We might restart a stream for that later on tonight. I just want to take a look at, go back here, northeastern Ontario. See what's happening for our friends up in Timmins and Sudbury. Let's see here. All right. Let's head over to what's happening southeast of Regina. Just a little storm near Estevan. Nothing too crazy. Check out the Medicine Hat radar. Nothing too wild. And last but not least is probably the more interesting storm in the area is going to be this one here near Didsbury. But the rotation on it is pretty weak. Looks like just a hailer at this point in time. But yeah, there's definitely some big-time hail possible in Alberta. So yeah, I think it's probably lunchtime or dinner time or some combination of the two time. Maybe I'll play a song before I go. Yeah, it looks like Brockville just got an update on radar. This looks like noise, but there could be some strong winds in Brockville. Overall, that rotation has weakened. I'm going to get rid of that polygon pretty soon. Probably going to get rid of this polygon for Essex County, relatively soon. It could increase though, so maybe I'll leave it. And this storm over here near Hagersville, let's see what it looks like from King again on the new King frame. Yeah, it's weakened as well. So a little bit of hail possible for the Hagersville area. But overall, that storm is pretty good. All right. Good 4.5 hour stream. I think it's pretty solid. It was pretty solid. Pretty good one. It wasn't as exciting as some of the previous streams, but
yeah, thankfully not as wild as last Thursday.
no, last Thursday was a lot worse. And
though half of Lindsay was without power for some reason. Oh.
Well, I mean, you had a downburst. You mean today?
Today, yeah.
Oh.
Like right now, the north and northeast and east all without power. And I'm like, oh, that's really weird.
That was weird. Steven says you got hail in Hagersville, confirming that. The Boost Traveler says you can have an outflow tornado, but they're really never damaging or anything. They're structured well. Outflow tornado, it's kind of a... Outflow would be a downburst or a microburst. An outflow tornado, typically you need inflow for a tornado. Tornado is sucking up, outflow is pushing down. So to have a tornado on the outflow, like maybe like a leading edge, like you mean like a QLCS tornado maybe on the leading edge of a storm line, that is possible. But yeah, to have, like if the whole storm is really outflow dominant for it to produce a tornado is basically unheard of, unless you're talking about something like a QLCS, like on the boundary of, like on the front boundary of the storm, to have a little spin up would be like a QLCS tornado. Yeah. So we'll see. We'll see what happens here with these storms. But all right, I think I'll play one tune for you. I don't know which one. I haven't even tuned my guitar. But yeah, I think most of the stuff is pretty weakening. Sarah says, I've seen the damage from a tornado and the damage from a derecho. The derecho, I have to say, was so scary, and the damage was just unreal. Yeah, I mean, the only tornado damage that's going to beat a derecho is going to be like an EF3, EF4, EF5. Like that's going to destroy. It's going to be like much stronger than what you can see from a derecho. But derecho like gets up to about EF3 level. So, but then the other thing too about a derecho is it's not just like one little path of a tornado. It's kilometers wide of damage. So yeah, it's insane. Derechos are insane. 12 people passed from the one that went through our area. So that was incredibly violent. I went through like, oh, you're saying a QLCS? Yeah. That our thoughts are with all those who were affected by the derecho. It was really insane. It was crazy. Yeah, basically QLCS was your talk. Okay, yeah, QLCS for sure. I'll play one tune before I go. Does anybody want to hear a song? Any requests? Let me know. Erica says it's a tsunami here in McGregor. Yeah, it's a lot of rain, a lot of precipitation. All of Ottawa trees are slanted from it. I'm sure they are. It was crazy. Julie says, thank you to Adam and team. You're very welcome. Thanks so much to everybody in the team. Susan says, we got hit by the May 22 derecho. Most terrifying experience ever. Our farm was nearly decimated. Yeah, that was a horrible day. That was a brutal day. There was as many fatalities that day as there was back in 1985 when there was an F4 tornado went through Barrie, an F4 went from Grand Valley to Newmarket, and an F3 happened to the south of that. There's 3 monster tornadoes on the ground at the same time, and there was 12 fatalities from that day, and then there was 12 fatalities from the derecho. So, but the derecho went through the most populated corridor of Canada. If you took an F4 tornado and went through the most populated corridor of Canada, that would be a different story. That would be hundreds of fatalities probably, even with warnings. It'd be insane. Oh, Teresa says something by the band. I don't know it off by heart, but R.I.P. to Robbie. That's pretty sad. Lead singer of the band has passed away. It's sad. He's Canadian, isn't he? Pretty sure. Pretty sure he's Canadian.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he was.
Yeah. Yeah, that's sad. B says, here comes the rain again. Here comes the rain again. Did it like a memory. That's a good song. Yeah, I like Annie Lennox. She's awesome. 1 second here. Just getting rid of some stuff in the background. All right. Yes, he was from Toronto. I don't know how to play it, but I can look it up here. I'll look it up. Let me see. Let me see. Actually, you know what? All right. Instead of butchering it on the live stream, I'll like learn it and I'll play it another time. I think that makes more sense. Let me just tune my guitar really quick, and then I'll play you. Maybe play an original. We'll see. All right, looks good. Sarah says, which ones do you know? Blame it on the rain, Milli Vanilli. Are you just like looking for weather related songs? All right, let me turn off this AC because it's too loud. And while we're at it, let me just take a peek down here at Essex County. Just want to see how that storm's doing. Yeah, about the same. Heavy rain, strong winds. I'll take a peek over at Brockville. Heavy rain, strong winds. Yeah, so I'm probably getting rid of those polygons pretty soon. But let's see here. All right. What could I play? What should I play? So many songs. So little time. T-Bar guy on TikTok says, didn't get to hear you say holy moly. Yeah, I don't think I said holy moly on the stream. Sam Yee says, Death Cab for Cutie. So I got to share the bill with Death Cab for Cutie once at Burrells Creek. So Death Cab for Cutie opened up for Tragically Hip, and we headlined the side stage, which was pretty cool. So, yeah, that was pretty cool. I got to share the bill. I didn't get to open for them, but I got to share the bill with them, which is pretty cool. Crystal says, turn off noise canceling, too. I already did, so thanks for the reminder. Let's see here. Interesting. Okay, what song should I play? All right, I'll play an original. Here we go. Everybody wants covers. I'm going to play original. I played this before on a live stream, but I'll do it again. I've got to work my voice here. It's been a while since I've sang. This is called No Apologies. I will not apologize for anything I've done. There's no regrets with who I was, who I have become. It seems strange when I look in the mirror. Future's fuzzy, but it's getting clearer. I will not be saying sorry. No way I'm saying so. Summer, spring, winter, fall. I can't believe I've done them all. Every time, look outside, it's something new. And everyone tries to tell me every day's the same. They've got no one but themselves to blame. For anything I've said, there is no one else but me, stuck inside this head, and it seems strange when I look in the mirror. Future's fuzzy, but it's getting clearer, and I will not be saying sorry. No way I'm saying so. Summer, spring, winter, fall. I can't believe I've done them all. Every time I look outside, it's something new. Everyone tries to tell me every day's the same. They've got no one but themselves to blame. Ooh, sing it with me, come on. Ooh, Thank you so much, everyone. That's an old original of mine. I think it's on iTunes. If you look up the band Atlantis Blueprint, it's called No Apologies. But the version on iTunes has drums and all that stuff, so it's a little bit more produced. But thank you so much, everyone. Sincerely appreciate you joining us on the stream. Huge thank you to Brennan and Alana. Oh, no. What happened to my headphones? I got stuck. Okay. A huge thank you to Brennan and Alana. Brennan and Alana, say goodbye.
Bye.
Bye, everyone.
Thank you to Teresa. Thank you to Patricia. Thank you to Lindsay and Liam and Cole and Cody and Miranda and everybody else I forgot. I'm sure there's more on the team that I forgot. Yeah, there definitely is more. There's so many of us. But thank you to everybody on the team. Sincerely appreciate it. Thank you to all you wonderful people jumping into the stream. Sarah says, new tradition, end with a song. I did that for a long time. We used to end every stream with a song, and then some of them were just like so pooped. I'm just like, okay, we're just ending the stream. But in this particular case, yeah, maybe I'll have to crack out some originals for this stuff. But Ashley says, Essex just got some very heavy winds and rain. My 5-year-old was nervous and told me to check the weather guy. She had a huge smile when she saw the weather guy singing. Yeah, if I'm singing, it usually means things aren't too bad, or it means they're so bad that I'm just singing to calm people down. But it's either or. But in this particular case, no, just some heavy rain and strong wind gusts in Essex County, but nothing too crazy. Yeah, let me just do one more little browse through the region. Brockville stuff is over now. It's still over. It's still on top of Brockville, but the strong stuff is to the east. So it's just gusty winds and rain, maybe a little bit of lightning. Ottawa, still going to see some rain for a while. Hopefully it clears up soon. It looks like maybe it's starting to clear up a little bit to the west. Let's hope that clears up, because Ottawa has experienced some significant flooding today. So that's brutal. Another severe weather event, and another event that Ottawa has to pay the price for it. So that's brutal. Hopefully everybody there is okay. Flooding is awful, and we definitely don't want to see that stuff. So looks like some storms up by North Bay and northeastern Ontario. Gusty winds, lightning, maybe some small hail, torrential rain. That's basically what I'm seeing up in northeastern Ontario. For our friends to the very north, it's about the same story up there. Nothing too exciting. Our friends over in Quebec, it's about the same story there as well too. Nothing too super duper exciting. Could see some flooding in the Montreal areas and parts of Quebec as well too, just from all those storms moving through, and constant rainfall in those areas. So yeah, so that's not great. But let's go just take a quick peek at. It could be interesting in Saskatchewan later this evening as these storms start to develop. So we'll have to keep an eye out for that. We'll be watching that closely. We may or may not stream depending on how strong it gets. And there is a pretty strong storm up here heading towards Carstairs and up here in Alberta right now, with some big time hail as possible towards the Carstairs area. So we'll be keeping an eye on that as well too. Edmonton radar is down, which is not helpful. Saskatoon radar is down, which is not helpful. But thankfully, surrounding radars are looking like where the storms are right now, so it's not too bad. Maureen says, "What was the song band? Looking for it." So if you look on, I believe we're on iTunes. I don't know if we're on Spotify, but this is an album I created back in 2010 with a band I had called Atlantis Blueprint. So Atlantis like the lost city, and Blueprint like, the blueprints to build Atlantis. So Atlantis Blueprint, and the song name is No Apologies. But if you also search YouTube, there's versions of me just like playing it with my acoustic guitar. If you search YouTube for Adam Skinner and search No Apologies, you should be able to find me doing a version of it at some point in time, a long time ago. But yeah, so that's it for today. We'll continue to watch things. Our thoughts are with those in Ottawa who are affected by the crazy flooding. Our thoughts are with anybody else affected by these storms today. And and that's that for the live stream. So thank you so much, everyone. Thank you to the whole team for jumping in, and thank you to those joining us on TikTok, on Twitter, on Twitch, on YouTube, and Facebook. We sincerely appreciate all of your support. Huge thank you to those who found it on Spotify. Oh, and Landis Blueprint is on Spotify. Cool. Huge thank you to those who have, again, sent in stars on... look at the flooding. It's crazy in Ottawa. It's ridiculous. That's not great. Those who have sent in stars on Facebook, gifts on TikTok. I see Oreo Cat sent in 42... I don't know what that is. It looks like a saxophone, but thank you so much. It's very kind of you. Wow. That's very, very kind of you, Oreo Cat. Leanne, who sent in 26 roses. Wow. I don't know what those are worth or what that means exactly, but thank you so much. I sincerely appreciate it. It sounds very generous. Huge thank you to those who sent in super chats on YouTube, those who have subscribed to our app Instant Weather to remove ads and extend the future radar out 5 hours. Again, you can download our free app. It's at instantweatherapp.com. Huge thank you to those who have subscribed to Instant Weather Pro. You can do that at instantweatherpro.com. And and then check your spam folder for instructions just in case they went to spam. Teresa sends them out by hand. So so if you want to subscribe to Instant Weather Pro, support this project, support our team, and advancements with professional radar in Canada, the pro radar in Canada. We're making some great improvements, and it's very, very exciting. So huge thank you to all those who have supported us in that regard as well. And last but not least, I think I always forget to mention, but we have our text message alerts as well too. So we've had that going since 2015. If you'd like to get alerts directly to your phone through SMS text message, which is actually by far the most reliable option. It even works when the internet goes down and you have just like a basic cell phone signal, especially up in rural areas. It's very popular for the rural communities up there that have issues with internet connections, where they have very, very spotty connections. They love text message alerts. So you can subscribe to those at textmessagealerts.com through PayPal, or if you want to do it directly through our website, you can do it at instantweatherinc.com/TMA. So thank you so much, everyone, for all your support. We sincerely appreciate it. We couldn't do this without this wonderful community. So thank you for sticking around to the end of the live stream. And Stormy says, it's funny because I go back to a stream from a year ago to listen to him sing Runaway Train. I love that song. I think I only played it once on a live stream, but I should probably, you know what I should probably do is go back through all the streams and like chop up all the best versions of all the different songs I played and like just turn that into an album. That could be the live stream album of all the different songs. That would be interesting. So anyways, thank you so much, everyone. I sincerely appreciate it. We'll talk to you very soon, and have yourself a safe evening. Bye-bye.